Hey fam, it's your girl. It is Sunday. It is Reflection Sunday. We are live, honey, and we are looking back at the book series, our review, The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. Why? Because today at 6 p.m., we are premiering, yes, the long awaited part 4 of the book series. And thought, let's just go back and review. For some people that may have missed it, this is a book that you want to get. Mr. Will Baptiste, aka the Haitian Sensation, is full of lessons, life lessons. So, this book is a book of transparency, it is a book of growth and vulnerability. And I think that you will, matter of fact, I know for sure that you will be inspired, honey. So, let's go. You know your girl is always giving you the good information, honey, the things you need for your mind, your body, your spirit, and your good emotions, honey. That's what we're doing. Not giving you anything less today. Let's go.
This I haven't seen you, man. Oh no, no, he hasn't. Well, because I
We
was
just
online
saw each
with you.
other last week. We just saw each other last week.
I forgot.
Listen, it is your girl. We are live, honey. We are live. We're live. We're live. Hey, we're live with one of my favorite people, Mr. Will Baptiste. We are
Thank you.
live, and who am I? I am your girl. Y'all know me out in these internet streets. It's your girl, Michelle Franklin. Yes, Miss Michelle D.I. Why? Because there are no coincidences in this world, honey. Only God's divine intervention in our lives. And Miss Community Builder, why? Because you know I'm bringing you the good information, honey, the things that you need to know out in these good internet streets, baby. We're giving you what
Hmm.
you need. We're giving you what you need each and every time. And why are we here? Because my brother from another mother wrote a book, y'all.
She's got the book. Yes, she's got the book. Oh my god, this is awesome.
Wrote a book, The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. Will Baptiste, aka the Haitian Sensation,
Yes,
is in the building. How are you doing, my friend, my brother from another mother? How are you doing?
yes. What's going on, my sister from another Mister? I am do. Listen, this is to me. This is to me such an honor for someone to take the time out of the business schedule to dedicate this time to. Oh,
Yes.
I got to take a moment here. Okay, y'all. It is all God, and be careful what you pray for. And I ask God from this point forward. I say everything that you're gonna do in my life, I want it to be self-evident that it has nothing to do with me, that it has nothing to do with other people that you bring in my life. It's got to be so. It's got to be to a point where people just say, you know what, this can't be him, this can be her, this can't be. It's got to be God. Prime example. Yesterday, I did a conference. 99% of the people that were there were women,
Wow.
and 98% of the women were black women. I had one man and one older white woman.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these women that were there, they were all in ministry, some type of ministry. They were pastors, evangelists, prophetess, you name it. And they felt safe enough. They trust me enough to bring me to their congregation,
Yeah.
talk to them about the spiritual aspect of the AAA effect. That means God is doing something in my life that is beyond me, and that's why I want to continue to stay in humility
Yes.
and also to accept all the blessing, because there was a point in of my life where I didn't think that I deserve anything, right? I didn't.
Mhm.
Oh no, why are they doing this for me? And I'm always in the back of my mind. There's the carpet is gonna be put underneath me. Something's gonna happen. I could not enjoy the thing that's happening. Well, guess what, honey? I'm enjoying everything that God is bringing to my life, because the more people are sowing in me, the more I'm
Yeah.
going to be able to sow into other people. So you know what? I'm
Yeah.
taking everything that God has given me. Right now, I am at the end of my winter season, because I'm about to go into the spring season. And baby girl, baby boy, please believe me when I say this. I'm about to spring up like you've never seen before.
I love it. Ah, I love
So
it
I just trust God. I just trust God and everything. And I trust that God knows what He's doing. And trust me, He does know what He's doing. So,
all the time. All the
yes.
time. It is the surrender. I talked about it last week. It is the surrender when you're just like, Lord, your plan is way better than my plan. Let me just
Yes. Yes. Yes.
whoever
Absolutely.
you want me to see, whoever you want me, wherever you guided me to, whoever, just being open to the possibility and the endless possibility of what that is. And that is how powerful it is. And so I want to go ahead and start because I'm excited.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
excited.
Please do. Please do. I can't wait.
I
Let,
started
let, let,
reading this.
let me
Go
say
ahead.
something. Let me do say something here. This
Okay.
book was written about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So there may be some stuff in there that I have a slight difference in terms of my views.
Yes.
Um, and I might have seen things in a different way, and coming to much understanding of certain things. It's not going to be contradictory though what I've said,
Mm.
but I might see it in a different way. So please, please be aware of that. Like I said, this
Okay.
book was written 2 years ago, and I have been on this journey for a very long time. So where I was 2 years ago and I'm not here today, there's some
Mhm.
stuff in the book that may being seen differently. So I just want to let people know that.
Now, what I want to do is I want to go through this book. We talked about going through it chapter by chapter. That was your request, right? And so I thought, man, okay, maybe we'll talk a couple chapters at a time, but there's so much in here to unpack. I feel
Yes,
like we are going to chapter by chapter it. So I thought, why not do a series? It's my podcast. I can do what I want to. I'm going to tell voice because I can. It's my business.
right, right.
We're going to go ahead and break this thing down. And so I'm going to be picking your brain throughout this thing because, for one, I feel like people that are watching you and people that are going to be drawn to this energy are on their own healing journey. And
Right.
so the shift of mindset that it takes for you to get to point A from where you were to point B is what we want to do. We want to make this thing so crystal clear for people um, that they can, how can I watch Will? What can I say? What can I grab from his journey that it can help me get to? Because that's the purpose and the point, right? How can I
Exactly.
get there? And so we are starting off, first off, me and this beautiful spirit are not therapists. We are just people walking in our purpose. I am a nurse. I've been a nurse for 23 years, but I am not a therapist. And so let me just put that disclaimer out there. Nor is Will, even though we are very passionate about being transparent about our journeys in order to help others to get to a place of purpose, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
And so I love the disclaimer that you have here. While all the stories in this book are true, Certain names and identifying information have been altered or omitted to safeguard the privacy of the individuals or institutions involved. This book is not intended to replace professional medical or mental health advice, diagnosis, or treatments. The author makes no warranty, guarantee, or promises expressed or implied regarding the effectiveness of this material. Well, I'm going to say that there's going to be some changes. If you read this book, he don't have to say it. I'm going to say it for him. If you read this book, if you take the time to read this book, oh, best believe you will not be the same on the other side of it. I'm just saying. Just saying. And so then I'm going to go to the trigger warning. The following content may evoke strong emotional responses related to unprocessed trauma because it is that transparent. If you find that this content of this book stirs up overwhelming emotions or triggers difficult experiences, it is essential to prioritize your well-being. Don't hesitate to seek support from mental health professionals or support services to assist you through your healing journey. And I will say that this is being streamed live through my YouTube channel, and there are resources in the description section. All right, let's get into it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm not nervous at all. Not at all.
Very good. Very good. There's nothing to be nervous about, because you know what? This memoir is just it's important. One, to take you know, all that you've gone through and try to put it into something. You know what I mean? To try to formulate it so that somebody else can get something from you. Oh my goodness. Of course, my phone is off, or my child's phone is on the floor making noises. Like, seriously. So look, I'm trying to cut it off. Okay, do not disturb. So to try to put it all in words it's just phenomenal. But it's some reflection that you have to do in order to just get there, right? To just get there. And you have to be very honest with yourself, right? So I want to start with the dedication. It says, to my parents for all the ways they loved me and did the best they could with the bit of knowledge they had. To my parents that loved me, but did the best they could for the bit of knowledge that they had. What did that mean for you? Because I went all of my 2022, I went being angry with my dad. And I had to get to a point. I'm thinking about the person that is stuck at a point where they don't understand. They don't understand why their parents made the decision they made. They're very angry, right? What happened? What work is my question? What work did you have to do to even get to this statement for your parents, for your siblings, for your children, for your ex-wives? Because it goes on to say, to my brothers and sisters, for your constant forgiveness and acceptance of me. To my children, for I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. You gave me a reason to stay alive when I didn't want to live anymore. And to the two women, this is so significant. To the two women who married me, for loving me exactly how I wanted and needed to be loved at the time. I have no reason to blame you for our failed marriages. How did you get there? What work? What work needs to be done that you're not pointing a finger at everybody else and blaming everybody else? What work did you have to do to get there to make these statements?
That work took me over 30 years to come to this. Is what's gonna happen. People are gonna see this. They're gonna like, oh, this is an overnight success, but they don't see the behind the scene. And all these people that I think, especially when it comes to my parents. Well, I think my father, but he passed away when I was 3 years old. My mother did the best that she could. I truly believe if she had the knowledge and the understanding, she wouldn't she wouldn't have done what she did. So that's why I had to forgive my my parents, especially my mom, for doing the best that she could with what she had.
Mhm.
But it took me that long because I thought she owed me everything and she should have known better because she's an adult. But not knowing there was a still little girl inside of her that probably needed a mother as well. So in my mom had her first child at the age of 15, right?
Mhm.
I, I had to find a way to forgive her, not for her, but for me. And so long I was holding on to what she did or didn't do. I was holding myself hostage. I was holding myself in bondage. So I have to come to a point to say, you know what? I do believe if she knew better, she would do better.
Yes.
I do believe that she, as a mother, that she wanted her children to be better off, to want her children to go off and be their own person. But that's not what happened. And not to throw my mother under the bus, and not to, and I love my mom.
Of course.
I love her. But also I had to learn to love myself and not living under her guilt, under the shame and everything that she think that I owe to her for keeping me alive, is what she told me. As in the book, it says that I was pronounced dead 3 times, to the point where the third time I got baptized in a hospital, because at the time they believe in their religious belief, that if I didn't get baptized, then I was going to go to hell. So they got me back. So she thought that I owe her a life, to the point she said, well, I'll bring you into this life. I brought you this life. I can take you out.
Wow.
So, but for so long, I begged my mom. I begged for her love. I begged for her acceptance. I begged for her validation. And I realized after 35 years of trying, it wasn't going to happen, and I let go. And when I let go, that's when I was able to get under her grips, under her shadow, and be my own man and do what I have to do, uh, to stay alive, so to speak. So I had to forgive her. And yes, and you talk about my two wives. One one thing that I find out is I am the common denominator between these two women. And as I always said before, these two women came from the opposite end of the world. When I say the opposite end of the world, literally, right? Different
Mhm.
background, different culture, different color, different everything. But
Mhm.
the only person that was there in both marriages is me. And for the life of me, I wasn't going to point fingers to what they didn't do or what they did to me. I had to look at myself and say I was a co-participant, and I was there the whole time.
Yeah.
And there's some accountability that I have to take in order for me to become a grown man, an adult. And I say all this to all the time to men. You're not a man if you're not taking accountability for your partaking in anything that you do. You're still a little boy that needs healing. If you cannot take responsibility and accountability, because being a male is by birth, it's birthright, but being a man is a choice.
Mhm.
And we've got a lot of growing up boys. They dressing up in an adult clothes,
Yes.
but there's still that little boy inside of them that are still crying out for the mother, for the father, for somebody to see them. It's unfortunate. So for me, I had to come to that understanding. Say, hey, it is not me against the world. It is me against me. And once I came to that understanding, that's when I was able to move forward. When I came to my self awareness and know
Yes.
who I am and whose I am, that's when the whole world opened up to me and say, you know what? It's time for you to move on, because you can't keep living your life and blaming everybody else around you.
I love that. It is, and you said a mouthful when you said she was a baby. She was a baby. And I know that journey because I was 17 when I had my oldest daughter. And when I got to a point where I was able to start self-reflecting, I was calling her all the time, apologizing. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't know because you really
Mm,
don't know. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You're just doing what you were taught. You were doing what you saw. You're doing what you didn't like. I'm not gonna never be like that, so I'm gonna do it like this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
you're just doing what you think is best at that time with like you said, with the information that you have. And doesn't mean that they don't love you, and especially if they grew up in dysfunction, which, let's just be honest, most of us have. We grew up in dysfunctional
Put both
households.
hands up.
There's no rules, there's no rule books to this thing. And so everybody just out here winging it.
Literally.
Right? Literally winging it. Let me just do this, or let me try to do this, or whatever. And so I love that you said that, because at some point, um, you got to break that chain.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You have to break that chain. And that's part of getting to freedom. That's part of getting to joy. That's part of getting to peace, right? You have to break those chains. And so, just so important. So I love that. And even with the wives, even in your broken relationships, you could say, well, he did this to me, she did this to me, and this, blah, blah, all of the stuff, right? But at the end of the day, even if you chose a person that, say, was abusive, say that was, emotionally or unavailable or whatever, guess what? You made the choice.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to look in the mirror and say, hey, what was going on with me that I made that choice? You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
accountability regardless.
Right.
Was it jacked up that yeah, it was jacked up. Was it jacked up that she did X, Y? Yeah, it was jacked up. But why am I staying in the situation? You know what I mean? And so very, very important. Very, very important. We're just in the dedication, guys. We ain't even got to the book yet. I'm telling you, there's so many nuggets up in here. So many nuggets up in here. So I'm flipping the page and I'm going to myself. I love this. To myself for having the courage to expose my culture and family secrets. Baby, I don't know about you, but in my house, honey, what goes on in my house stays in my house. That's what I was always told. So it's a whole big to do. It's a whole big to do. And we look at it like, you know, for you to be honest, for you to sacrifice your peace, yourself, it's going against something, like it's just so wrong. But it's really not. That's a myth. That's a myth. I got to throw that in there. So, for exposing my culture and family secrets, the hidden side of me, including the good, the bad, and incredibly ugly. Oh my goodness. For constantly seeking answers to why I have been in so much pain and hurtful to others, but most of all to myself. Boy, this
Mm.
book is therapeutic. I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't get enough about it, I don't know what you're doing. If I had not been willing to expose how traumatized, afraid, and shameful I felt, how judgmental, selfish, soul sucking, and manipulative I have been, I would have never discovered the path to self awareness, self acceptance, and self expression. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. To get to the light, you had to go through the dark.
Yes.
Who wants to say that they were judgmental, selfish, soul sucking? Like soul sucking? That's a lot. Soul sucking. Oh my gosh. Manipulative. Tell me about that. I mean, that's just, ugh.
You cannot heal what you don't reveal.
Yes.
Okay. And then for the life of me, I was just sick and tired of living in denial, because denial is not just a river in Jordan; it's a set of mind. So I was sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired of living in denial. And at some point, I had to confront myself, and I had to confront the demon that was inside of me.
Mhm.
And there is a part of it also of guilt. And I had this in me, which was very toxic. I was having a toxic relationship with myself before I was having a toxic relationship with anybody else. What the thing that I would say to myself, because I was afraid that if people say that to me, it would be so hurtful. So I'll do things to myself. I'll go to the end. I mean, I will say the most horrified things to myself. So that way, when people do say it to me, they say sticks and bones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. That is the
Worst
biggest
lie ever told.
BS. That
Yes.
is the biggest BS that I've never heard.
Yeah.
Yes, sticks and stone may break your bones, and yes, words do hurt. So
Yes, they
stop
do.
telling people words may never hurt me. Yes, they do.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Even the Bible talks about the life and death is in the power of the tongue. So
Yes.
yes, words do hurt. So let's stop pretending that words don't hurt. So I would go and do as much damage to myself, so that way when somebody come and do it to me, I'm like, you
Wow.
can't say anything to me that I haven't said to myself. You can't do anything to me that I haven't done to myself.
Mhm. That
So
is
I was preparing myself. So basically, I was walking around with a sign on my forehead, say, "Hey, I'm a target.
yeah.
Hate me, abandon me, reject me, judge me," because that's the way I felt on the inside. So
Yeah.
whatever I was feeling on the inside, I was projecting that to people, and no wonder that was attracting people that were no good for me, because that's the kind of vibration that I was pushing out there. That's the
Yes.
kind of energy that we're feeling from me. So if you
Yes.
if you ask yourself this question, why am I always around jerks, or why am I always around people that are disloyal? Why am I always around people this, that, and the third? Maybe that's the kind of the reason why you are able to receive or music on a certain channel. That's because you put your frequency on
Yeah.
that channel, so you receive whatever was in that channel. So the next time you see that you're attracting certain type of people, maybe because it's a certain vibe that you're projecting out there.
Yes.
So I had to come to that
Yeah.
conclusion, to that awareness, to say, hey, I got some work to do, and that work
Yeah.
got to start with me. And I had to look inside of myself, and I saw some ugly stuff I didn't want to deal with. I try to push it to the side. I'm like, at some point I got to deal with it, so I might as well deal with it now. It hurt,
Yeah.
but
I
guess
think, yeah.
I see the other side now.
I think that's the beautiful part is that, I mean, the transparent part to understand it's not easy, right? It's not easy taking that look in the mirror. It's not easy. You said demons, and that is just exactly what it is. I did a series called Demonic Entities, right? And it is when you think about the devil, right? When you hear about him, you heard he was in the choir, he was up in heaven, and then he got kicked out. You never hear about the fallen angels that there he was not the only one that left, right? He was not the
Mm,
only one xed out. And so the fallen angels, what are the fallen angels? The spirit of fear, the
mm-hmm.
spirit of anger, of shame, of guilt, all those negative entities, all those negative things, they're all demonic. They are to hold you hostage, to keep you in chains, right? To keep you in bondage. Who's making sound decision, letting their ego lead? Ego ain't nothing but a demonic spirit, right?
Yes, it
And
is.
so it is once you get a chance to, shine some light on yourself, look at yourself and look at those demons, face those demons in there. It is a spiritual warfare going on inside, right?
Yes, it
It's a
is.
spiritual warfare going on inside. And that's the only way that you can win the war is that you have to fight that battle. Nobody can fight the battle for you. You have to fight the battle.
Yes, you do.
Can you see all my notes?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes.
I ain't playing with you
Woo.
today, Will. We
Oh
moving
my
on to
goodness.
the acknowledgments. I got questions. I got questions. We're moving on to acknowledgments because my mind works is how do we get people there? We got to get people there. How do you get people there? So for acknowledgments, I have the power of walking in purpose. One of the things that I always say is when you walk in your purpose, you inspire others to walk in theirs,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so, and you have to keep people around you that's positive. You got to keep positive things in your ear. And so, the people that you named, Dr. Umar Johnson, he taught me the beauty and value of a Black man, dope Black dads, a group of Haitian fathers from Montreal who meet twice a month to discuss men's issues. It was the first group you joined at the very beginning of your journey. I think this is so significant because you have to surround yourself when you're in a place and you don't even know where you're going. You got to put yourself with people that are already there.
Mm-hmm.
And so, dope Black dads. Tell me about that. How important was it for you to join this group of like-minded individuals, or individuals that were where you wanted to be?
When I got invited to that group, someone had heard me on a podcast, but I was putting on a show. So they invited me to that group just to be some type of coach for that group,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't know where I was. I wasn't putting a show on a podcast, and when I got to that group, that's when I really broke down. And when I got to that group, they really saw me for who I was and
Mm-hmm.
not pretending to be somebody else. That's when I realized how ugly and beautiful it was very paradoxical for me. That's when I realized how ugly and beautiful being vulnerable is. And it was a risk. It was a risk because I didn't know how they were going to take me, and again, I was invited in that group because I looked apart, because I looked like I had it all together.
Yeah.
And now that I had to reveal who I really was, I mean, it was like, man, you really gonna do that? That's because I had nothing else to lose. And I
Yeah.
wanted to, and that's what I've always wanted to do. I wanted to be a place where I can be myself. And I
Mm-hmm.
decided I was gonna take a chance. And then thank God that there was no judgment.
Yeah.
And although they were not being as open and as vulnerable as I was, but then again, they weren't there. But at least I could be the sacrificial lamb to show them how beautiful it can be. I think the only thing that they saw was the ugliness, the fact that I was telling them the thing that I was going through. They're all looking at each other because we're in a Zoom. We're all looking at each
Mm-hmm.
other like they were flabbergasted. They were like, "My gosh!" And then one or two of them would call me, the next day or the next week. He's like, "Man, I'm going through the same thing, bro. You were in the group. Why don't you talk about this?" Because people don't want to show
Oh
weakness,
yeah.
so to speak,
Oh
or
yeah.
being vulnerable.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh
that
yeah.
group for me did help me a lot. So that's why it was paramount for me. It was imperative for me to really give them a shout out because they were a part of my journey, and I'll be forever grateful to them for allowing me to see
Yeah.
the beauty side of vulnerability.
Vulnerable.
Because the only thing that I know about vulnerability is weak, it's pathetic,
Oh yeah.
um, all the negative. But they allow me to see the beauty, and also learning how to take a risk because that was a big risk. I didn't
Surely.
know what to expect. So
I feel like God leads us. You know what I mean? Like He puts you in these spaces. You have no idea. You know what I mean? But He puts you in these spaces. If you just would trust that journey, like you feel these little whispers, like, oh, like come on over here. You know what I mean? Come over here. I got you. I got some people for you. But it is, like you said, taking the risk. The power of vulnerability is so important. I think that women are way more apt to be vulnerable than men are, just because of what you said with the myths out there of the vulnerability. But from my experience with the men that have been vulnerable, I have gotten the most healing from seeing a man be vulnerable.
mm,
When I found out about, um, you know, I was in a fasting group in 2019 when I found out this man shared one group about his experience with molestation as a child. It gave me the strength and like, man, if he could talk about this, you know what I mean? If he could talk about it, then I surely can talk. If he can find some healing in his, I feel like it's time for me to find some healing in mine. And so I just don't think that men understand how powerful their story and their journey is. And that's why I'm so just happy and elated with you, because there are so many people, like, you don't even know how many people you're going to help. You're not even going to know. You know what I mean? Like, you're not even going to know how
I
many
hope
people.
to know. I hope they reach out to me because I need to know those stories. Because I think that's where my joy is gonna come from.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm already joyful, but I will know the impact
Yes.
that I'm having on people, and to continue to do the work that I'm doing because it is not easy, but it is necessary.
Yes.
It is hard, but it is worth it.
Yes.
And I'm just here to encourage people, and I'm just here to just kind of open the floodgate for people to understand. Hey, you are not alone. Trust me,
Yeah.
you are not alone. There are people that are going through this. You just got to
Yeah.
reach out to them. You got to be able. It's a risk. You got to be able to take risks to reach out to somebody and say, "Hey, man, I'm dealing with this too, and how can we help each other? How can you help me to be in the right path and finding the my tribe and be able to be open and transparent and be vulnerable?" It's You have no idea how much weight we are carrying around by
Yes.
holding those things inside of us and things that don't belong to us. They're not even ours to
Yeah.
begin with,
Yes.
but we're carrying someone
Generational.
else's burden for what?
Mhm.
It
Mhm.
makes no sense. But that's where I was.
Now, Dr. Is it Shafali?
Shafali.
Dr. Shafali, doctorate of clinical psychology from Columbia University, specializing in Western psychology and Eastern philosophy. You said she taught me about consciousness and conscious parenting. 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 What did she? What did you learn about being a parent from her? What did you learn from her um, about being a
Oh
parent?
man, this is good. I had to learn how to parent that little boy inside of me in order for me to be a better father to my children.
Wow.
Because there was a little boy that was inside of me that was still yawning for his father's presence, and
Mm,
longing for his mother's love and affection and validation. So I didn't have that.
yeah.
So how could I give something I didn't have? So it was there were a lot of frustrations. And then somehow when I started, getting to know her and doing her courses and following her, and I realized I've been doing this wrong the whole time. So
Wow.
I had to take a break, literally take a break from my children. I took a break from my children for 30 days
Hmm.
because I wanted to reconnect with that little boy inside of me. And after I came back, I went and do therapy with my children. And the
Yes.
stuff that I learned about myself for my daughter,
Mm,
my gosh, the thing that my daughter had to say, whoo, child, listen, when I got there, I told my daughter, I said, listen, I know but we're going to be saying some stuff that I'm not, I said, listen, I want you to be yourself.
yeah.
The stuff that I learned about myself. So she really helped me to understand that those children, they have their own soul. They're gonna make their own mistakes, and I have to allow them to do that. And of course, with my culture and from the island, there's a whole different way we parent our children. You know,
Wow.
and I didn't want to continue perpetuate that kind of parenting, and and I wanted to be a good parent, and I had to learn because we there are different stages. There's a stage where you have to be their friend. There's a stage that you have to be their counselor. There's a stage that you have to be. There are different stages in their lives that you have when you have to be their friend. But the problem is most of us mix them all together. We don't know which stage that the child needs a parent or needs the child needs a parent, the child needs a friend, the child needs a counselor. We can be all that to our children, but we got to find out which season in their lives that we have to show up for them.
Hmm.
And knowing that they are their own person, they are their own human, they have their own soul, they are their own ways of doing things, and I cannot impose myself on them. And one of the things that really helped me when God really dealt with me, told me those children, they come through you, but they didn't come from me. These children are God's children, right?
That's right.
And I was
That's
just
right.
fortunate enough to be used as a
Yeah.
vessel,
Yes.
right? And I find out also, with everything that's going on, which I'm not gonna disclose too much because we still got some ongoing stuff with my son.
Hmm.
And God told me, listen, yeah, I know that you don't have contact with your son right now, but know that I'm protecting him. Because he
Yeah.
said, even if I did have contact with him, I couldn't be with him 24/7. But he said, I can.
That's right.
So they're my children. So don't worry about it.
Yes.
So that's what really comforted me. But yeah, Dr. Shafali, definitely, definitely. And I do want to reach out, out to her and let her know that how she had helped me in
Yeah.
in becoming the father that I am today to my children. And it's still a work in progress. I'm still navigating through this life, being a father, because now my daughter is in high school, and Lord have mercy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I was her age. But knowing that she's got to learn her own mistakes. She's got to go through life. And all
Yes.
I got to do is just be there when she needs me. I just want to be there when she needs me. That's
That's
all I
right.
want to do. That's it.
Right.
I want her to live her life.
You know what? Well, from one daddy's girl to your little girl, I'm gonna tell you what. We need you. We need conscious fathers. We need emotionally available fathers, fathers that are being very intentional. And so I appreciate that you're even, just trying to be better. It's not about being perfect. I think that's the thing about parenting. It's not about being perfect, because you're never going to be, right? No one on this side of heaven is perfect, but it's
Nope.
about just trying to be better than you were the day before. What can I learn? How can I be better? How can I talk to her? Lord, she's going to come to me about this situation. What can I say that
Hmm.
I don't respond out of fear?
Exactly.
Right. And so, okay, going on, Shamila Mitchell, you said she is the trauma coach Mila. She's known as trauma coach Mila. She's part of my inner circle and can always count on her to tell me the hard truth. I was like, So I want to know, what did she tell you that you didn't know? No, what I said, what did she tell you? Now I can't read my own writing. What did she tell you that you didn't want to hear? What did
Oh,
she tell you that you didn't want to hear or that you didn't want to know?
oh my God. Almost everything. She hold no punches. But I think this is why I had such a high respect and admiration towards her, because she knew where I wanted to go,
Hmm.
and she wanted to build me up. But then again, being being hard headed, I don't care what you're telling me that's good for me. Even if there's a burning building, if you're gonna tell me, "Hey, you punk, you son of a gun, don't go in there," I'm gonna show you that I'm going in there because you talk to me that way. And I'm telling you, I will just not do what she said because of the way she talked to me, because of the fact that I was sick and tired of people talking to me a certain way. But the way what she was doing, she was trying to build me up, and we talk about that. And if she's watching this or stumble upon that, and her and I talk about this, she said, "You're right. I could have come out a different way, but sometimes she just, I mean, but also she had me check my own emotions, and she helped me to respond rather than reacting to the things that she was telling me. I didn't know how to respond. I was reacting to everything that she said. And
Yeah.
she taught me how to respond. And as a man, I have to learn to control my emotion, have emotional intelligence, and not to turn around every time a dog bark. Not to be so up in arm every time that
Yeah.
somebody tell me something that I didn't want to hear. But I
Yeah.
know I needed to hear. So that's the thing about her. What she was saying was, they weren't hurtful. There was a hard truth. that I didn't want to hear, but I know that if I wanted to get from one place to the next, I
Mm,
need those things. I needed those people around me.
yeah.
So she was telling me the whole truth, and she was right. And I told her she was right. I just didn't like her modality, the way that she was doing it, but that's who
Yeah.
she is. And I
Yeah.
kept her around. I said, "No, I need you. I don't like you. I sure don't like you, but I love what you're saying." So I told her. I mean, we joke all the time. She said, "I know you don't like me, and I'm not here to be like." I'm like, "Good, thanks." But yeah, please keep keep bringing them up. And so she really helped me on my journey, to look at a woman not as my enemy, especially a black woman, to look at them as not my enemy, but as someone that wanted to build me up. And it was a
Yeah.
first black woman that I have an encounter with that wasn't there to tear me down, but was trying to build me. It's just because I was so in the defense, right?
Yeah.
When you've been been hurt before and this and that and the third, I look at her as the enemy, but she wasn't the enemy,
Yeah.
right? So she was the first black woman that really helped me to trust women
Yeah.
again, and to
Yeah.
know that not every black woman out there to hurt me, to take from me, and so on and so forth. So she definitely helped me on that note.
Come through, Dr. Shamila Mitchell, Miss Trauma Coach. Come through, girl. Restoring faith in the black woman.
Yes.
I love that, honey. I love that. For me, as somebody that works and does this work, and how hard it is for you to just be so honest with people, and I see it right away, and I can, like this, and it is so hard for people to hear. And I'm saying, honey, I can't sugarcoat this for you. Like I'm not going to do you any justice sugarcoating this for you. Like I can't do it. This is what it is. It's XYZ. You have a choice whether to accept it or not accept it, but I can't sugarcoat it for you. You know what I mean? It's not you wouldn't be where you are today had she just put a little fluff on it.
Yeah, and
You know what I
that's
mean?
why I'm so grateful, because she
Yeah,
never backed down. Whew, Lord, she never backed down.
yeah,
She just kept at it. She never took anything as disrespect, or she just like, "You're hurt." I can
yeah,
and that's what really got me. It's like, "You're hurt.
yeah,
This is not, you're hurt."
yeah,
And I'm gonna stay here, no matter what. And she would not go. I mean, she would not leave me alone. She said, "I see your potential, but you're hurt. But
yeah,
I need you to understand that I'm here to build you up, not to tear you down. And
yeah,
don't look at me as the other women that have done that to you in the past. I'm not this other woman." It's like, man.
yeah.
I mean,
Because
mind you,
there's
I
so
mean,
much anger. The anger, I'm sure,
let's
a lot
be
of anger
honest.
there.
There was nothing. I mean, we met on Clubhouse, and 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 what I love about her, because she's a wordsmith, and then she the way she words things, like, man. And we developed this kind of relationship. She saw my vulnerability, and I saw the way she was able to put my feelings and my emotion into words for me. So she
Yeah,
was a person that was able to articulate what I was feeling,
yeah,
and she
yeah,
could feel what I was feeling. She said, "Okay, let me see if I understand what you're saying." And I'm like, "How do you know that? How
yeah,
did you know that was I was feeling?" And she put in a word in the way on the way. It's like, my God. So,
yes,
and then we just kept at it, and you know, we've never met. We've never met. We talk all the time on the phone, and we've done
yeah.
things together. She have helped me. There was no relationship type of thing going on. We were
Of
just
course, of course.
genuinely having admiration and love and true love for one another. And
Yeah,
like I said, she was a big part of my healing journey.
I love that. I love that. Come through, trauma coach. Okay. Now, of course, Brene Brown, I love that you put her there. I love that you put Miles Monroe, TD Jakes. I love that. But Miss Rebecca Norrington, you said a happiness specialist and inner peace practitioner. I said, who is she and where can I find her? She said, inner peace practitioner. Man. But going down to Joy, is it, well, I'm calling her Joy. Jay, is it Poorer? How do you say her name?
Poirier, she's a French woman. Oh, there we go. Yep, she's a French Canadian woman.
Say it again.
Like Portier, but Poirier.
Poirier. Okay.
Prahi, yes.
I love it. You said this individual was my first investor. They invested their money to help me get an office, work accessories, materials, and I'm so grateful. For me, this is, I've gone and I've started this journey, right? I've done this work. I'm out here trying to do some positive now, and somebody sees me. Not only do they see me, but they support me and back me up. How did that feel to have this person say, I see you and the work that you're doing, and I want to support you financially? That just had to be.
I was very reluctant because as a man, I felt like I was at the mercy of a woman
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
But God had to smack me down and say, "This work that you're doing, this is not for you. I'm using people
yes,
to further the cause, to further the purpose that I have for you. So you need to stop." It's just like me, how God was saying, stop kicking against me. I was
yes,
kicking against God. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do this. It's a pride thing, right? I gotta do it
yeah.
myself, and I don't need
Mhm.
nobody, especially come from
Demonic
another
entity,
woman.
pride. Yes,
And God had to break me down and say, listen, one way or another, you're gonna get the help. And I had to humble myself, and I had
yeah,
to accept the help. Uh, and because of her, now I have my nonprofit, and I'm able to operate. So I have so much gratitude. And as you can
yeah.
see, there are a lot of women that have helped me along the way. And this is what I still find fascinating. You hear me talk about this all the time. I
Mhm.
said 98% of the hurt and the pain and the suffering and the trauma were at the hands of women, and
Yeah,
especially black women. But yet, women are part of my healing.
yes,
So had I not developed my emotional intelligence and having the wisdom and discernment to know that not all women are here are there to tear me down and to hurt
yeah,
me, I
yeah,
probably wouldn't be as far along as I am right now with my journey, because most of the people that helped me along the way are women. So I
yeah.
was able to have this open mind and to say, well, you know what? I don't know all women, and all women are not the same, just like all men are not the same.
That's right.
So that was the time that I saw me growing, becoming a more mature man, to understand that not everybody's out there to get me, not everybody's out there to hurt me. It was just my own perception. It was my own trauma and my own wound that
Yeah,
allowed me to operate that way, and I had to stop it. So, and that's when that God started opening doors for me.
I love that. I love that because this is one thing that I found is I feel like you said, he will use the things, those myths that we've created in our mind, and
Hmm.
you'll say it's nobody but him. You know what I mean? He will send you people so loving and so giving and so, you know what I mean? Like I don't want
Hmm.
nothing from you. All I want to do is help you, right? All I
Exactly.
want to do is help you get to the next level genuinely because you're doing something. Um, and that's what I've noticed in mine's, because most of my um, trauma has been from men. I've been molested, right?
Mm.
Been raped, right? I've had um, a domestic violence situation with somebody that, you know what I mean? But what I found in this healing journey is that it's been the men who have helped me get the furthest in the journey, right?
Wow.
Amazing women. But when I think about the turnarounds, the pivotal moments,
Hmm.
it was the men who were vulnerable. It was the men who poured into me. It was the men who were just my brothers, you know what I mean? That
Hmm.
get to another space. And so I think it's just the busting of the myth, because we all need each other. Like you can't go around just like forget the women. I can't go
Right.
like forget the men. No, we need men. We
Well,
need
if
women.
I do that, I mean rejecting a part of me,
Right.
because we're like a big puzzle.
Yeah.
Just like my body will say to my hands, "I don't need you." Well, you'll be dumb. I mean, just because
Yeah.
it doesn't operate the way that like you doesn't mean you don't need it. The hands
Ex-
cannot say to the feet, "I don't need you."
Right.
So we're all members of this one body. Well, we're in this world. This whole world is a body, and we are members of this body. So we need each other. Absolutely. And when I look at women as part of me, and that's why I could never hurt a woman physically. I'm sure I'm hurt women, psychologically, mentally, or otherwise. But for the
Yeah.
life of me, I could never see myself put my hands on a woman. It's like me hurting my own self. And had I known that by hurting them in different ways, it says a lot about me. So I just don't understand for the life of me how can we men um just hate a woman
Yeah, it's just a lot of
regardless.
anger. It's a lot of unprocessed anger. You know what I mean? It's a lot of
It really
unprocessed
is.
what it is. It don't have anything to do with that woman. It has to do with your mom that you're mad at, or somebody that's done something to you that has nothing to do. You know what I mean? I said it didn't have anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. And so, in the spirit of all of this, is the spirit of collaboration. We have
Yes.
another guest here, Marcin. Are you still there? Are you there, Marcin? I want to bring him on if he's there. Marcin, are you there? Yes. Come on
Hello.
Man, this is
in.
probably the most patient man that I've known, Mr. Morrison. Look at him. Look at him. I mean, look at this guy. Look at him.
He's
Just
amazing.
look at him.
Well,
He's
it's like sometimes they say it's easier said than done, right? It takes work to look at the way we want to look, right?
Right. That's
Look at
it.
you looking all spiffing. I love your nice suit and all that. I love my suits too, but it's Sunday, so I figure I just put a dress shirt on. Poor
That's
Miss
it. Good to
Michelle.
How you doing,
yes.
sweetie? So
Excellent, excellent. You know what? I'm good. Thank you for having me on.
yes, yes, Marsha, I wanted to bring you on. You and Will are friends. Y'all met in the spirit of me pouring back. I felt like I wanted to. Will had a what did you have? I'm trying to think of the
The
word.
master class.
You had a master class a couple of weeks ago. I wanted to pour into you and pour into somebody, and Will did a drawing. Because I wanted to sponsor somebody, a man, to come to the class, attend your class, and so Marcin was the winner of the master class. He was the master class winner from the drawing, and Marcin and I got to talking, and I was like, "Oh my God, you're amazing!" And
And I still
so,
got to send you the master class that was recorded. So remind me after this to send it to you, sir.
Thank you.
I just wanted to have you on, one, to just to, in the spirit of collaboration. I mean, we're talking about different people walking in their purpose, right? And so, and the power of just walking in purpose and then connecting with other people walking in their purpose. So tell me, how did y'all meet?
My goodness. So where the whole journey takes me is a when I was going through my divorce, I was in this program called Thinking into Results, and
Mm-hmm.
I have met many phenomenal individuals from various parts of the world. And even after the program, we kept in touch through social media. And this woman named Pratibha, she actually introduced Will to me over a year ago. She did the introduction, we talked here and there, and then there was silence for, I would say for over a year. And then I would say 3 or over a month ago, I was at the car wash, and I received a message through the Facebook Messenger, and says, "Hey, I got to connect you with this guy Will. He's on this networking platform, and I want you to be part of it, and so on." So I'm like, "Okay, sure, why not?" So she did that, and Will and I, we actually called each other on our cell phones, and we started talking. And he just blew me away. I'm like, wow, he's speaking my language, right? We're vibing at the same frequencies.
Yes.
He's in a divorce field, I'm in a divorce field. I'm like, wow, this is mind blowing. And he's like, well, we actually spoke over a year ago. I'm like, I don't remember. And then
Wow.
here and then you know what, will help me to get on the Owl app as well. And since then, we are here today.
I
Yes,
love
yes.
that. That is what I call a divine intervention. That
Hmm.
is a divine intervention, honey. Y'all were meant to be together. Y'all were meant to like minds, meant to come together in the spirit of collaboration to go out and help. And so, what did you have to say?
Well, what he didn't mention was we actually spoke a year and a half ago on Clubhouse.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot.
Right,
Yeah.
we spoke on Clubhouse. What on Club? I'm like, this guy is amazing. He's speaking my language. I'm like, I like this guy, and we lost somehow. We lost
Mm.
touch or whatnot. And then when somebody say, "Do you know this guy?" I'm like, "This guy sound familiar," and I'm like, "Let me listen to how he talk." I'm like, "This is mostly we met a year and a half ago." I'm like, "Oh my god, what a!" I'm like, "That was this is no coincidence." So we met again. We actually did a live. As soon as we reconnected, even a week or two later, we did a live. We were so excited about meeting each other and talking to each other. We got to do a live. I don't know what we're gonna talk about, but we need to do a live to let people know that hey, it's just how much we respect and admire one another's work and stuff like that. And I introduced him to the Owl app, and we've both been busy. We want to do something together. We're gonna look into it to see how 2024, maybe some
Yeah.
masterclass, maybe some
Mhm.
webinars, retreats. I don't know, but this guy, now that I got a hold of him, I'm not gonna let him go.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Because what it is that we together like balance each other so nicely. Like we have this good
Yes.
balance because Will has certain strengths in his area of expertise, and then I have mine. So we complement each other like so nicely with the work that we do together.
Martin, tell us a little bit about what you do because I mean, you were talking about all the things that you're doing. I was like, this man is amazing. I got to get you.
Yeah.
I
Well,
got to get you on. We got to get connected too.
well, you know what? In an overall, in a nutshell, like not many people heard that, hey, there's such a profession as a divorce coach, right? I get that
Yeah.
a lot. Well, I didn't even know that there's such a profession, and I'm like, I didn't even know either that there was such a profession, because if I
Mm,
knew, then when I would go through when I was going through my divorce 4 years ago, then I
yeah.
would hire a divorce coach, right? Because I wouldn't be in the situations that I am here today. So I am not pro divorces, or not by any means at all. I am here as a divorce coach, as a guide. Imagine going to China for a trip, and you don't know their language, right? You want to go visit, you want to tour China, but you don't even know even where to begin, right? So
Mhm.
this is very similar concept when individuals are going through a divorce. We're getting into something, into this field of the unknown. And what is happening is we're completely blindfolded, right? Because we are making decisions based on our emotions, because that's all we're dealing with. We are very emotionally overwhelmed when we go through the divorce process, and we make those decisions because that was me. I didn't have no help. All I had is just a divorce attorney, and
Mhm.
then I had no emotional support or nothing. So the negative self-talk, right, the self-blame, that the emotional self-destruction that I was going through was horrendous. I had suicidal thoughts. It was crazy. Thank God that I am here today, that my
Yeah.
daughter's voice have saved me. So as a divorce coach, what I do is I help men and women pre, during, and after divorce, where we are working together one on one. We are looking at, hey, what is the best scenario for you? What are some of the best decisions, for you, for your children, and for your family? Because many times, we're going all in. And I see so many men and women are emotionally, financially destroying everything that they have built for
Yes.
10, 15, 20, 30 years. And you know what? Two individuals that have been best friends, that have built
Yeah.
an empire, right, that shared all of their secrets. Now we are strangers. Now I don't want to know you. Now I want to
Mm.
emotionally and financially destroy you,
Wow.
because something happened. Something happened. So as there's just so much more with my goal, with my vision that I have is, I'm here in Chicago, I have a strong support team, but this is just the beginning. My goal is I am taking over that divorce society. Will is part of my support system as well. He is in that inner circle, and that's what we will do. We are helping men, we are helping women to cope
Yes.
with their feelings, with their emotions, to rediscover who am I as a person, find out, hey, what do I want in my life? Where am I going? How am I going to heal? How am I going to rebuild? What is next for me? Right? We're not equipped,
Yes.
our education system, school, colleges, they don't teach us none of those things, hey, how to go through a divorce, how to cope and deal with emotions, right? How to manage anger, how to
Mhm.
manage your thoughts. We have nothing, right? There are plenty of resources, but you know what I see? We have
Yeah.
individual silos. We have divorce attorneys, we have therapists, right? We have financial advice, but it's just all over the place.
Mhm.
So we got to put, everyone together to help that man and woman to heal, because, you know, I hear all the time from women, hey, there's no good men out there, right? From
Mhm.
from guys, there's no good man out there or woman out there. Well, there
Right.
are, but there's just so much brokenness left, after the devastation of the divorce. Our
It's so true.
society, our communities, they need so much education. There's just lack of that education. And you
Yes.
know what? People are living in fear and anxiety and depression and just in this unhappiness.
Yes. Yes. I love what you're saying, especially with I married my best friend. You were with, you're so in love, and now you hate each other. You can't even stand to be around each other and all of the stuff, all of the stuff. And so I'm like, oh, it's so true and it's so sad. And it really doesn't have to be that way, but I feel like because of all of the emotions that are involved, people are letting their emotions that emotional space. And if all of that negative self-talk, the demonic stuff creeps in, the ego, the pride, the anger, you know what I mean? If you let that take over and speak for you, oh, forget about it. You know what I mean? So that's the
And
biggest.
yeah, and one thing too, I would say, because I made that mistake because I was the first one in my family to ever go through a divorce. There was no one else got divorced
Wow.
except me. And you know
Wow.
what? I was too ashamed. I was too afraid to even ask anyone for help. So I was doing everything on my own without having a clue what I'm doing, right? Because
Mhm.
you're under so much stressor or so much pressure. I don't
Mhm.
have the funds to pay the attorney, right? All I have a certain budget. That's about it. That's all I have. So I'm trying to make decisions, so I have enough, right? So I don't go over budget on those different things. And now, because I made decisions based on my emotions, so it cost me thousands of dollars. So that's what I help my clients as well, so they don't make those dumb mistakes as I did.
Yeah. Yeah. So important. I love that. I love that, Marcin. So we're gonna wrap up a little bit. I'm bring Will back. Um, I love the work that you're doing. We're gonna have to get together and do some one-on-one podcasting. But I wanted to bring on and introduce people to you because one, the spirit of collaboration with you and Will and how y'all met, I just think is amazing. I feel like Will said earlier, some things are divine. And
Mhm.
I feel like you guys meeting was so divine. It was just like, oh my gosh, we gotta share this. But the last part I want to wrap up with before we close, Will, there was a foreword written by Melissa
Perkins.
Perkins.
Hmm.
One, that chick is just amazing. I mean, she's just amazing. Let's just
Yes,
say
yes,
how
he
what it is.
is. He is.
She's amazing. She said that in a lifetime, it is if one is fortunate, they will have a chance meeting with the living, breathing phoenix.
Mm.
That is what happened to me in the early part of 2022 when I met Will Baptist. First off, I was like, people don't understand. If anybody don't know what a phoenix is, it is unique. I was like, let me write down this definition. A unique bird that is of Greek and Egyptian mythology. It is a life after death experience. Like, I feel like all these things, like once we get into this book and really get into it, all these things were out to kill you. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Marson, all these
Literally.
things like the divorce were out to kill you. For anybody that has had suicidal thoughts, I've had suicidal thoughts. Everybody on the stage have had suicidal thoughts. And think about this. What purpose are we walking in? We all have purpose. We all are selfless, trying to help somebody, help others, right? And how significant and impactful is the work that we're doing? Of course, the devil's going to sit on our shoulder and whisper in our ear and want us to be, you know what I mean? Want us to be thinking no one on this earth is going to want to hear us, or be embarrassed, or be guilt, or be so guilt driven that we
Mm-hmm.
want to take ourselves out of here. Of course he would. You know what I mean? Of course he would. And so I thought, Phoenix rising from the ashes. How beautiful is that?
Hey,
She
Michelle.
said,
Sorry to interrupt you.
no, go ahead.
That's how I came out with my logo, right? I have Awakening Coaching, and that's what I have, the Phoenix.
Oh my goodness, I didn't
There
even
you
know
go.
that. I
There you
love
go.
that. I love
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
I love that. It is because I've gone through a divorce, and I started drinking after my divorce. I started smoking. I was not myself. You know what I mean? It's just, you're trying to cope, you're trying to pretend just like you. I was very embarrassed. You know what I mean? My father called me on my wedding day and was like, is there anything I can say to make you change your mind? And I was like, no. And so to be at his house 2.5 years later, because the man said he didn't want to be married anymore, how embarrassing was that?
Wow.
You know what I
Wow.
mean? I was
Right.
so embarrassed, but I had to pretend as if, like we all do, as if everything was fine and okay. So I started drinking. How do you pretend? You got to drink,
Mm,
you got to smoke. You know what I mean? Like, what else are you going to do?
mm.
We're coping. But the beautiful thing is, Marcin, will, you both beautiful phoenixes have risen above these ashes, these things that were meant to kill you and take you out. Melissa describes it as, she said, Mr. Baptist was just starting a new chapter of his life as a motivational speaker and author. When we met, excited, apprehensive, yet confident, she said, we talked often about the beauty of creating our own success and challenges. I want to get to the part where she said, you were not using your last name at that period of time. She
No.
said he wanted to be referred to as Coach Will. Well, I respect his stance. I asked him, but who are you really? What is your name?
Mm.
To hear the struggle in his voice, the answer was gut wrenching. Nevertheless, I held firm. Where would you be without these?
Man, it was I never liked my name, and I felt like my name was a curse. I didn't want people to know who I was. So and it was the first time that I say my full name to her. She said it's a beautiful name. I'm like, okay, but this is that's your name. And then within a week, everywhere, you see my name. Like I was hiding from something.
He was
I couldn't
hiding.
hide from myself. So this is another strong black woman, and the positive side, because
Yes.
we've heard a lot of black women that say I'm strong, but they're not using that on the way
Yeah.
that is constructive. But
Yeah.
here's a woman, a strong woman that happened to be black that held on. And then again, she would not let go. She said, "No, you're gonna use your name. What is it that you have to hide? What is it? This, and the third." So here I
Yeah.
am, and she was all part of as I was writing the book. She was right in the middle of when we met that I started writing the book. So she held on. She said, "No, you're gonna use your name. I don't know. I don't care what you've done." And that's what I started telling her things that happened to me. And then blah. She said, "I don't care. You're not that person anymore." And that's when she
Mhm.
referred to me as Phoenix. And I'm like, "Well, what you didn't know is that I died 3 times. I was pronounced dead 3 times, and I'm still alive."
Mm.
I was faced, life in prison or and death in 2005, and I'm still here. So I am the real meaning of Phoenix is just refuse to die. And I knew that I had a calling on my life, and I knew that I was here for something that was greater than me, and I have a purpose. And that's when I started walking in my purpose and just you know embrace it, embody what God has for me. And so here I am today, using my test as a testimony, using my mess as a message, and using my story to impact history.
Mm.
Ah,
Love
I
it.
love it.
Love it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I'm gonna have to steal it. Well, you're gonna have to steal
Hey,
it.
listen, man, you don't have to steal it,
That
bro.
was
I'm gonna
good.
say, you can take it. You don't have to steal it, man. You can take it, brother. You can
That's
take
deep,
it.
man. I love it. I love it. That's really deep. I love it.
It was
Yes.
so good. Well, we are wrapping up, honey. This is just the beginning. We are going, guys, we have not made it to chapter 1 yet, honey. This is the introduction. This is the acknowledgments and the
Yes.
forward. And how much have we got from just this much? We haven't
Just
even
this. I know, right?
got
So
listen. We are
yes.
going to go through this book chapter by chapter. We are going to unpack it only because it is so important for you to understand, honey, the journey and
Mhm.
how do you get there. Somebody out there is trying to figure it out or walking in darkness. In 2019, just what, 5 short years ago, 4 or 5 short, I was in darkness. I was walking in darkness. I was in complacency. I was looking and craving for something like this. What is
Mm.
the playbook? How can I get there? Who's in the light and how can I get there? And so it's so important to not just skip over. Take your time and we're going to take our time and we're going to unpack this thing because your journey, like you said, over 30 plus years is amazing. You have taken the time, willing, you've risen from the ashes. Marcin, you're meeting beautiful people along the way, like Mr. Marcin over there, another Phoenix, rising above
Yes.
the ashes, right? And so we are going to share this journey and share this story, and I'm so excited about it.
Yeah. No, it's
Before,
beautiful. Beautiful.
yes,
You know what? That it just now it just dawned on me. Like if when you're speaking about the phoenixes, like we actually are right. That we have risen from the dead, right? We have lost it all. I hit the rock bottom. I lost my children. I lost my family. I lost my home. I lost myself. I lost my identity. I didn't
wow.
Mm.
know who I was, right? We burned. Like it just there was nothing else left.
Mm.
Mm.
Like everything was burned behind you.
Mm-hmm.
No finances, no nothing. Like if I had no parents here, where would I go? Homeless, or who knows if I would be here with you guys today?
Wow.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
That's
powerful.
amazing. Yeah.
Powerful.
Well,
Yes.
and that's the thing. I feel like those things, like you thought that that was the end. Like, did we not think in our situation? Like, I can remember as to make it, I had no idea. I'm sure you were like, how am I going to make it after this divorce? I have nothing. I have this. I have nothing. Well, right. How am I going to make it? That's the
Mm.
mirage that I feel like the devil creates. Like he would like you to think like that's the end. You can go ahead and end your life right now because that's over. You ain't got nothing else left. There's nothing else left for you to do here. You jacked up everything. Don't even make sense. everything is your fault. You jacked up everything. But what I know for sure, and it's always true, is no matter what the story is, the devil is a liar. He
Yes.
always ends up,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
He
Exactly.
always ends up creating these mirages to make us think, but he is a liar. And so once you understand that, right? Once you understand it and just let that seep in your spirit, it don't matter what darkness or what you're in, if you let that seep in your spirit and know, okay, all I got to do is keep walking. It's uncomfortable. I gotta go back and revisit my past. Well, I gotta go back and look at this nasty anger and all of this stuff inside of me. I gotta go to get mud.
Mhm.
I gotta do
Yep.
some self-reflection. In
Mm.
order for you, Marcin, to help other people in divorce, you had to look at what did I do to get me to this divorce?
Reflect on everything on God's plan that He had to break me down first
Yes.
in order to rebuild me and to get me ready for this amazing journey that He has planned.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Because you know,
Beautiful.
if I didn't go through this brokenness, then I would not be able to travel the world, speak on stages. I would not be able to help heal and reawaken spirits of other men and women. Right? We would not be here together, speaking, helping. You know, because you know what? It just we are the pieces that God has chosen. Every single one, like you guys mentioned before, that we are the tool, we are the vessel on this
Yes.
beautiful earth, and we need more individuals like us.
Mm.
Because you know what, we alone cannot do this, right? It's going
No.
to take an army. It's going to take an
Yes.
army to help break those generational curses. It's going to take a lot.
Absolutely. I
But you know
agree.
what? All we can do is just one day at a time. That's all we can
That's
do.
it. All we can do is all we can do.
You know?
Yes, sir.
Guys, real quick, my battery is about to die and I can't find my charger. So tell them real quick, Marcin, how to reach you, and then will you go? And then I'm gonna have to wrap it up because it's about to die.
Oh, no problem. No, really quick. So on social media, that's the best way. Instagram, Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn as well. And then just type in my first and last name, Marcin Łapczyński, or you can visit my website, www.coachmarcin.com.
Go,
That's
Will.
it. All right. So Will Baptist, Will to Rise. I mean, I'm everywhere. I mean, if you have no excuse not to find me, I'm everywhere. If you want to go and then see what I do, go to meetwilltorise.com and grab. But don't forget to grab the book. It's on Amazon. The Will to Rise. Go ahead and get it now.
Yes. And y'all know me. I'm your girl, Michelle Franklin, Miss Michelle D.I., Mrs. Divine Intervention. This has been a divine intervention tonight. We will continue. Y'all stay tuned, and I will let y'all know when we'll be back again with chapter 1. We're moving on with The Will to
Will to
Rise with Mr.
Rise.
Baptist.
Yes.
All right. Look, this has been fun, guys. We got to wrap it up.
All
Batteries.
right.
Good night and thank you.
All right. Good
You're
night,
welcome.
guys.
Thank you both, my beautiful special guests tonight.
Thank
Y'all
you.
have a
Bye.
good one.
Yes.
Honey, you know what your girls say, when you walk in your purpose, you inspire others to walk in theirs. And so that is why it's so important for you to walk in your purpose. Like Mr. Les Brown, honey, I aspire to inspire until I expire. That's what your girl's doing. What you doing? All right. Y'all have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Hey fam, it's your girl, Michelle Franklin, Mrs. Michelle D.I., Mrs. Divine Intervention herself, honey. And what, Mrs. Community Builder? Why? Because y'all know what I do. I bring y'all the good information, the information that you need, honey, the information for your mind, your body, your spirit, and those good emotions, honey, to get you to the next level of life. That's what we're doing. That is what I do naturally. And we're back. Yes, we are having our Will to Rise book review. Y'all, we started the beginning of the month. We're back. This is part 2, baby. This is part 2. Um, This book, if y'all do not have this book, The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity by Mr. Will Baptist, honey, the Haitian sensation himself.
That's right.
Get your life, honey. Get your life. What are you
Yes.
doing? Look, what are
Yeah.
you doing? Get your life. It's on Amazon and the will to rise.com, honey. It is available. So go get your copy today. In the meantime, we have been reviewing. So we started reviewing. It's so rich. Well, this book is so rich and full. If anything, I've come from, it took me to a place of gratefulness. If you are trying to find yourself, or if you think that you have some issues or some problems, baby, read this book. It's gonna give you some perspective. It's what it's gonna do. It's gonna give you some perspective, honey. Well, welcome back, boo. Welcome back.
Yeah, but thank you for having me back. This is like deja vu. It's just every time that I'm here, I feel like I'm in my family's living room. This is where you
I
you you
love it.
take off your shoes, or kick back and relax,
Yes.
and you just on the couch watching a movie, eating some popcorn, and we're just gonna spill the beans.
Yes.
There's no front, just being authentic, being real, being ourselves, and we're just gonna have a conversation. It seems like to me this is what I will always envision to
Yeah.
have this brother and sister type of conversation. That's one of my this is something that I've always looked forward to. But
Yeah.
then again, just because you were born in one family doesn't mean that you cannot have family that wasn't part of quote unquote
Your
uh,
blood.
your blood relatives, right?
Yes.
And for me,
Yes.
every time that you invited me here, it's like you invited me into your home,
Yes.
in the couch, relaxing,
I
and
love
just
it.
having a brother sisterly kind of reconnection and love. And
I
you do it
love
with
it.
such grace. It just make me at ease. So listen, because of you, people get to see the other side of me. People think they know me because I'm always on social media and I'm always opening my mouth and talk. But you don't
No.
really know me until somebody makes me creating that space for me to be myself, and you get to see the other side of Will, because I'm always the one asking people questions, interviewing people. But when I'm being interviewed, and knowing where I'm at, because I don't go on the interviews and talk about everything,
Yeah.
because if they want to know more, they can get to the book. But it's one thing to read from the book, and it's quite another for me to say, okay, this is where I was at that particular time. This is
Yes.
what was going on. So this is what people don't get from the book. So you're getting
We
everything.
getting the
So
inside
because of
scoop, baby.
you,
We get the inside scoop.
you get the inside scoop, and because of you, other people get to get the inside scoop as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing me back.
Of course.
And yeah, let's go ahead and get into it.
Well, let me tell you something. What we are doing, for those of y'all who missed the first part, first off, is available on the YouTube channel, Reflections Choosing Me Guilt Free, uh, and on Will's page as well. Mr. Will Baptist. Find him on all the all the media streams.
Yes.
um, but go back and watch the first part. We had just dove into, why he started making the book, the acknowledgments and the people that he acknowledged in the book. And so we are just moving on to chapter 1 right now. We are moving on to chapter 1. The amazing part, that I feel like, Will, you poured your heart and your soul into this book. The transparency is so real. The transparency is so real. It is it's this magnetic. I'm like, you just can't stop reading. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So chapter 1 is, why this book? Why
Right.
this book? And the part that's bolded out, it says, every little boy looks up to his daddy. I wish that I could have.
Right.
And so, for
right?
those of y'all that don't know, in the book, Will reveals that his father passed away when he was younger. And Will, that, first off, I'm sorry for your loss. I think that it's one thing, it's a lot of little boys' story that their father was alive and wasn't in their lives, that they're here walking and breathing and not in their lives. But to have your father pass away at such a young age, I could just imagine what this little boy inside of you, and still today, wonders, like, what are you feeling? Like, we're just going to get into it. Let's just get into it.
Absolutely.
Speak to that little boy, and let's talk about that little boy a little bit and what he experienced, the emotions that he
Yes.
experienced going through that loss at such a young age.
Wow. Even till today, even though yes, I'm Christian, and I have my heavenly Father,
Hmm.
but you know what? If God didn't want me to have a father, then He would have just created me without a father. So for me, yes, it's a missing part of me. But to be quite honest with you, I don't miss it because I've never had it, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't remember, because he died so I was such a young age. I was so young. I don't remember having him around. My mother and my father, they were not married, and they did not live together. So this part was not a rupture for me, or it wasn't so much a traumatic event, because it wasn't like I had them and then I lost them. I really never had them.
Yeah.
However, I've always wanted to know what it feels like, though,
Hmm.
to have a father. And this is something that I would never have. I mean, especially at my age, at 43, because of the fact that I've seen, my friends that have fathers, and, some were great fathers, some were, kind of sort of there, and some were just not there at all. And some, I mean, I've seen different type of fathers. I've seen great fathers. I
Yeah.
see some that had to make a lot of sacrifices, so they weren't really there, mentally and psychologically, or even physically. And I've seen some that just tried to the best they could, and there are some that were just never there, and there were some that were just so brutal, so mean, so violent. I'm like, if
Mm.
this is the price to pay to have a father, maybe it was a good thing that I didn't have a father. So I look at the bad fathers. I'm like, well, maybe my father would have been this way, so maybe it's a good thing I don't have one. So I was just trying to pump myself up and not making myself feel bad for not having a father. But on the other hand, and I look at other kids with their fathers being there, I'm like, man, I wish I had a father. So I was constantly in this disarray and this confusion. I'm like, okay, which father I would have had? Would it have been the violent father? Would it be the father that's barely there? Would it be the father that's always there? I kept asking myself. I'm like, what kind of father I would have had? And because I kept asking those questions, it got to a point when I was 16, and this male and this friend of the family, and I look up to him. I'm like, oh man, maybe I can maybe I can get close to him. Maybe he'll teach me some things in life. Maybe I will have a glimpse, or a taste of what a father should be like.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be that way. Unfortunately, rather than this man showing me, teaching me about life, but he got me into something that no young man should have never experienced, and that's being molested
Yeah.
by this man. So at that point, I'm like, okay, so I've never had a father before. I've always wanted to have one, and here's a man that I'm like, I've known him for years. It was a family friend, and this is what he ended up doing to me. So you know what? That's fine. I just forget about it. And from that point on, that's when I became so cynical. I became, the trust issues, both
Mhm.
male and female.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I'm like, you know what? I'm trusting nobody. I don't care who you are. I'm trusting no one.
Yeah.
And at that point, also, I was questioning God. I'm like, how? Why would I trust you? Because you allow me to go through this, and you know everything. You've
Yeah.
seen everything. You know the future. We still allow. So I'm like, what would I trust you?
Mm-hmm.
So that was my thought process then, and till this day, it's just something I always wish I had. But you know what? It's too late. It's too late for that. And now the question I ask myself, okay, now how can you become the father that you never had? And I think
Yes.
that's what really helped me with my children. So okay, you didn't have the father that you always wanted. Now how can you be
Mm-hmm.
that to your children? And
Yes.
have I always get it right? No. But as I've said, this is something that I've adopted recently. I say I'm not always gonna get it right, but if it's in my power, I will always make it right.
Yeah.
I won't always get it right, but I will always try to make it right. And that's it. That's where I'm at.
You know what? You touched on something, and this is why what I pride myself in for Christians who are struggling with these heavy, topics. Is this something everybody wants to talk about? It's not. Is it a comfortable conversation? It's not. But it's a necessary conversation. Saying that you were angry with God, saying that you didn't trust God. God, you know all of these things. Why am I going through this? Why have you allowed this to happen to me? You know, and I think that that is a very valid question. And those are questions that a lot of Christians have. Even people that are struggling, with trusting God and trusting someone and all of those things and having an understanding that, um, betrayal,
Mm,
right? Because that's what that was. It was betrayal. Um, the trust issue and even God, where you at? You know what I mean? Where
right.
you at? All of these questions are questions again that the pastors in the church, they really don't talk about this, but Jesus went through all of the things. Jesus went through betrayal. He went through trust issues, right? He had people
Ultimate
around him.
betrayal. The ultimate
Yes, the
betrayal.
ultimate
Right.
betrayal. And so understanding that none of us are not going to go through, right? There's nowhere in the Bible where it says we're not going to endure something. We all have some pain to endure, right? We all have something. But for me, that's the beautiful part about Romans 8 and 28. You know what I mean? And that's why I use that as a foundation when I'm teaching, because it is for me, the good, the bad, and the crazy. It's all working together some kind of way. Like you don't see why you're enduring this pain at this period of time. You don't have a really good understanding, but you're going to use that pain for something good later. You know what I mean?
Well, I wish, it took me, almost 35 years to finally realize why I went through all the thing that I went through. But how about people that never came to that understanding? How
Yeah,
about people that never come to that awakening or
sure.
awareness of this is the reason why. So because we don't take the time, and I think it's a lack of awareness, it's a lack of
Yeah,
purpose, and unfortunately, and I don't think you can fully live until you find what your purpose is. They say there are two very important dates in someone's life. It's the
yeah,
day that you were born, the day
yeah,
that you find out why. And
yeah,
some people never find out why. So that's why they cannot use their test as a testimony. That's
yes,
why they cannot use their mess as a message. That's why they cannot use their story to impact history, because they never took the time to look inside of themselves and
yeah,
asking themselves the question, okay, I've been through this. There's got to be a reason. And once you start asking those questions, trust me,
yeah,
trust and believe, sooner or later, now you're no longer going to be a victim, but you're going to be a victor, because now
yeah,
you can use that to fuel you and to go and making an impact.
yeah,
And I just pray and hope for every single person, because we've all been through some type of mess. We've all been through some type of test, right?
definitely.
We all have a story. Now, how you're using your story you can use it to be, to get
Yeah.
empathy, to
Yeah.
feel, to have people have compassion on you, which is all great. But are you going to use that as a means to to get other people to give other people hope? More importantly, to give yourself hope.
This is one of the things that I realized when I got very intentional about my life and about my healing journey. When I started just looking back at just great people that are walking in purpose. I don't know one great person that is walking in purpose that has not endured something within their childhood, right? And so
Hmm.
I have a series that I put together. It's called Demonic Entities. For me, the devil is what? Lurking, seeking,
Mm,
going to and fro, right?
right,
Who can I devour?
right,
As a young child, those people that are destined for a little bit greater things, I mean, those people like us that are community builders, that are people that are going to get out Harriet Tubman on and endure and then go back and try to help some other people get out.
right.
People like that, these people, us, we have endured since childhood. If you have endured something or gone through and it started at a very young age where you've been attacked at a young age, this is something that I've realized, right? 9 times out of 10, you have a greater purpose and a greater calling on your life.
Yes.
It is, because think about it. Have you thought about suicide in your lifetime?
Hmm.
How
Many
have you,
times.
right? Have you been, those people have thought about suicide. I just watched Tyler Perry's uh what's the name of it? Oh man, it escaped me. I cried watching it. So
Is it on Netflix now?
it's on Amazon right now. It is, I can't think of his mom's name. Shoot. Something baby, whatever his mom's name is, but it's on
Right.
Amazon right now. I can't think. I'll pull it before we end. But nevertheless, he was talking about in the documentary how his father, and just like you said, you don't know what kind of father you were going to have, right? He talked
Mm,
about how his father would beat him. I mean, like daily. He would come home, he would drink, and sometimes he would beat him so bad that, he would just have to go to another place. He would go and he would hide, and he would go up underneath this little crawl space behind the house that he had created for himself. And in that little crawl space, he would, in his mind, go somewhere else, right? He created another place to go. And that, he says, is where he goes to write all of the stories, all of the things that he is doing today, right? When you
mm,
think about the impact that this man has had, and he was suicidal multiple times, he wanted to give up multiple times. But when you think about the impact that this man has had, now, granted, we're not on the Tyler Perry level, but we're doing our work, right?
right.
You're not on the Tyler
Hmm.
Perry level, but you're doing some work. You're doing something to uplift somebody, to bring somebody out of darkness, to do some good in this world.
Absolutely.
But when you think about the level, had he committed suicide, think about the hundreds of people. At this point, it's probably thousands that he has helped indirectly and directly. And what would the world be without that? Right?
I agree. I
And
agree.
it
And
speaks to you and your journey.
yes. And for me, I don't think Tyler Perry started out that he wanted. I think he did it for himself. It just happened to, his
He took
talent
one step
is
and God took two. That's
right. Exactly, and that's
yeah,
exactly because I didn't set out to write a book. I didn't set
right,
out to become a coach. I
right.
tell people I become a coach by accident. I
Yeah,
I wrote this book by accident. I was just drinking my water, minding my own business. I just want to be better.
yeah,
I just wanted to just break the cycle,
yeah,
break that generational trauma. I didn't set out to do all the things that I'm doing right now, but
yes.
just God knew that there was going to be a time such
Timing.
as this that He was going to use my
Yes,
voice,
yes,
um,
Yes.
and to make that impact.
Yes.
And I was obedient enough. I mean, listen, a lot of things I'm not obedient. I wish I was, and I testify. But this one, somehow, I found obedience was real easy because I'm like, well, if I've been through this and I survived, how many other men, how
That's
many
right.
other black men
That's right.
have gone through similar things that I've been through but never made it out,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
ended up being, somewhere, inundated and fully medicated and being supervised, 24/7.
Yeah.
But I am, by God's grace, I am free mentally, I am free physically, and I am in the mission to free other men. But they got to know they're in bondage. I cannot
Yeah.
help them if they don't know they're in bondage.
Yeah. You have to acknowledge, this is one thing I want to go back to, because in our community, you're right, there's so many young boys. We think of the girls, right? And
Mm,
this has happened to so many girls as well. The molestation, right? This is the thing that we don't like to talk about. And we're afraid to talk about. A lot of people will overlook, you know, and what happens, even with the young lady, with your grandmother and what she did, I found that to be so typical. So for you to be in a situation, an adult walks in and then acts as if they never saw anything or they don't know. Like,
mm,
that was something that I feel like survival mode in the mind. Like, you turn something off so that you can just continue, not making excuses, right?
mhm,
But I
mhm,
feel like they turn things off, for the mothers that have watched their sons or daughters get molested and they stay with the person. The watch, you know what I mean? People do. It's something that's got to turn off. Like, you disassociate some kind of way so that you can continue to survive. You can't acknowledge what has happened, because if you do, then I got to address it,
right.
right? And
So what
so
it
it's
is
it's
is
something that it's something that I feel like as generations has been affected of that not acknowledging. Go ahead.
now the question we have to ask, why? So
Yeah.
we know something happened, right?
Right.
We know something was disconnected, something was off. Now, what's the reason? Why? Well, I can tell you from my experience, one of the reasons for that is because we it's just a survival mechanism,
It's a
right?
survival mechanism.
W-
It's a protection mechanism. It is.
Whether it's because this person is taking care of us financially,
Yep.
whether it's because we don't want the story to come out and really destroy the family.
Yep.
It could be just that's all we know is
That's all we know.
dysfunction. You ever
Mhm.
notice that people would just run into bad people? They know they're bad for them, but they keep running to them because as soon as they meet somebody that's that's healthy,
Mhm.
it's threatened their peace, so to speak, because they are so used to chaos. Now peace look like chaos and
Yeah.
chaos look like peace,
Yeah.
right? Even the Bible talks about on the last day, people will say evil for take evil for good and good for evil, and people will
Yes.
say good is bad and bad is good. So this is something that's been going on for a very long time. So it is a way for them to cope, and unfortunately, it's not a healthy one.
No.
But what do you do?
Yes.
Well, that's the reason why now I'm bringing that awareness. When this is what's happening, when
Yep.
that happened, when you turn that off, if you see it happening, but you turn it off, but I'm here to awaken that spirit that's inside of you. Say, wait
Yeah.
a minute, this cannot be good.
Yes.
I don't care. I don't care about the consequences here. This is bad at every level. This is wrong in every level. I don't care if this person is paying my bills. I don't care if this person doing this, that, and the third. This is an innocent child, even if it was an adult.
Right.
But never
Right.
mind a child.
Right.
That now that's just that will be confused for the rest of his life.
Yep.
because now he's thinking,
The ripple effect of that. Yeah.
oh yes, oh yes, and trust me, I have carried those ripple effect. I have carried those trauma in both marriages.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing. Like you said, acknowledging and understanding why you're doing what you're doing. I think is the most important thing. Understanding why people have done what they did doesn't give them a pass, right? I think that some people think, because gets into the how you are able to forgive, is you go back and you have to look at why are people doing, why did she stay, why didn't why, because that's my thing when I'm trying to, I got stuck in the why. Like I want to, why is he doing that? Why would you, I would, because what you're thinking is, this is what I would think, I would never do that. I would never leave my child in a situation. How could you do that? You know what I mean? And so I think because we function from the place of, I would never understand their upbringing. You don't understand what their past is. You don't know what your, what was your mom's story? What was grandma's story? You know what I mean? I think it makes a
Hmm.
significant difference when people feel like they have to stay in a situation because in their minds, they don't have another option. Like you said, financial, security is tied to this person doing these terrible things. Tyler Perry talked about his mom, even though he was doing he was beating her, beating him. And he said, but she loved him. Like, how is that possible? You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's an unhealthy love. I don't think she in her mind she thinks she loves him,
Yeah.
but it wasn't him that she loves. Just something in him that
Yeah.
she loved that kept
That
her,
she tied on to. Yes.
that she held on to. Right,
Yeah.
whatever it is that she held on to is something that she had at the beginning,
Yes.
and she held on that, and then she just dismiss everything else. So
Yes.
now she becomes she she she's in a way in a sense she become, I don't want to disrespect nobody, but she become delusional,
Yeah.
thinking that
It is.
whatever love that I
Call a
have,
thing a thing in my yellow voice. Call a thing a thing.
right, and then
She
she's
is.
thinking that that little thing that
Yeah.
she had is gonna come back. It's just
Yeah.
like, I've never done drugs before, but what I've heard from people that have done heavy drugs, they keep looking for that first high,
Yes.
right? Which you'll
Yes.
never get.
Right.
And that's the reason why people are addicted to this. So she must have something good at the beginning, and
Yes.
she held on to that and thinking that
Yes.
it will come back. And
Oh
then
yeah.
eventually you ended up being dead, you being destroyed, thinking that that good thing that you once had, it would always be there. I mean, like you said, call a thing a thing.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
people are mistreating you, or disrespecting you, and devaluing you, this
Yes.
is not the people for you. I don't care how many good things you've done. This is bad. This is wrong, and that does not give you a pass. So a lot of things
Yes.
people will give other people a pass
That's what we
because of
do.
what they've done in the past. Well, doesn't mean we can't be grateful,
Right.
but that does not give you a permission to mistreat me because you've done something good for me in the
Right.
past.
This is so significant. My last relation, I won't say my last relationship, but one of the most significant relationships I've had. Um, I remember it was so toxic. It was so
Mm,
toxic, right? But I do remember doing just what you're describing. I was holding on to, I know he's a good person. I know he's not like this all the time. I was waiting for the person that I knew to show up.
hmm.
Like, I know he's in there. You know what I mean? So I think that's so important what you said because we do that. We're waiting. You know what I mean? Especially if you've seen a glimpse of goodness, you're like, I know it's there. I know it's in there, but how long I had to get to a point, after 4 years, I had to get to a point of, okay, how long in the name of love am I supposed to suffer? Right?
Right,
Because I
right.
wasn't happy. You know what I mean? I wasn't happy and waiting for somebody to be who they're supposed to be or the potential of, you know what I mean? Or be a good person again. Like, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's just not a realistic, nor is it my job to make you that good person.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
A
And
lot of people fall into that as well. It's not my
yes.
job to make you, right?
and people call it love. I'm not sure if that's love because love,
Yeah,
we call it love, but it's something else. But we just label it as love,
we
right?
live with us
We
love.
just
That's a
paint it
ride
as
or die.
love.
You got to be a ride or die. That's you staying in toxicity, calling yourself a ride or die. No, no, no.
No,
Right.
no, no. We ain't doing this. We ain't doing this at all.
I want to ask you this before we move on, because I think this is another significant point about people that pray, because I feel like that's what
Mm,
happened to you. For people to take advantage of somebody's situation, right?
right.
People that know that you're in a vulnerable state and they take advantage of that. So in the book, you said, in my youth, looking for father figures got me in trouble. At 16, I was molested by a family friend. I had been craving a father figure, and this older man took advantage of that. I don't hold that person solely responsible because I was a co participant. This is what I want to get to because I was a co participant. You said it was kind of the price I had to pay to have him as a father figure. That broke my heart. That broke my heart, honey. It broke my heart. I said, why are you blaming yourself for what an adult did to you? You were a child. I just I needed to address this because I'm like, no, no, you were a
Yes.
child.
Yes. And keep in mind, this book was, was written 2 years ago, so I'm
Yeah.
much further along. It was a way for me to take responsibility, and the beginning of my healing journey, it was a lot about taking responsibility, and whether or not I was I was willing I was a willing participant. I was a participant nonetheless, and I'm going to explain, and I
Okay.
want people to really understand, not to blame a child,
Right.
but this is me because I was there, and I could have easily, right,
Yeah.
quote unquote, easily scream, tell somebody, so on and so forth. But of course, I was scared, and I was scared of the repercussion, so therefore I didn't. So the reason why I said I was a participant, I was a co-participant, not because I was willing. I was willingly participant, but I was there physically. Now, was I
Mhm.
there mentally, psychologically, all that stuff? That's irrelevant. But I was there. That's what I mean by
Yeah.
being a co-participant, because I was there.
Yeah.
I stayed there.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, I stayed there. I don't know what was going on in my mind at the time, but I was there. That's
Yeah.
what I mean by co-participant. Now,
Yeah.
the second part of what you're saying is, um, I believe you. What was the second part you said?
I was just saying he was an adult.
Yeah, the price. The price.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back, I'm like, well, I don't have a father, and he knew that I needed a father.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was trying to see. He was testing me, and I'm like, maybe it's the price. I mean, because I know there's a price to pay in life for everything, right? There's a
Yeah.
cost to everything.
Yeah.
But at that time, in my 15-year-old mind, I don't have a father. I need a father. And every time that I need to get something, I gotta pay either with money or my time, my energy. I'm not what this is part of it, and I'm not saying this is right.
Of
I'm just
course.
saying maybe
That's
that's
how
what
you
I
process
needed
it
to.
in your mind.
Yeah, that's the reason. I'm
Mm-hmm.
a 16-year-old boy. I'm processing this in my mind. I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe that was the price that I needed to pay. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if I was to write the book now, I probably would have said it differently, because
Yeah.
now I understand what was going on in my mind. But
Yeah.
as I was writing that book, I was still in the middle of my journey, of my healing journey, and I was still trying to figure out who I am at the time. So
Yeah.
this all what was coming to me. But doesn't mean that, hey, if something happened to you or a couple, I'm not blaming you for
Surely.
being there. That's not what I'm saying. Please,
Surely.
please don't take what I'm saying, take it with a grain of salt. I'm just
Yeah.
saying my case.
Yeah.
I say I was a co-participant because I was there, and in my mind, in that 16-year-old mind, I thought that was a price that I had to pay. But doesn't mean that you have to pay a price. You have to go through this in order for a man to become your mentor, in order for a man to become a father
Right.
figure. That's
Right.
not what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. I wanted to, because I was like, that could be, you know what I mean? It was just like, oh, but I understand what you're saying, because I teach it the same way when I'm talking about, you know, me being taken advantage of. Um, one of the things that happened was, I don't feel like it was my fault that this man took advantage of me. I feel like, but I do feel like I had a role in what happened. Just kind of what you're saying. I could have not opened the door. I could have, you know what I mean? The
Right.
I put myself in a position for some things to happen. You know what I mean? And so I can take responsibility in that. Now, was it my fault? No, it was I didn't give permission. Was he? No, he was not. And that's not, you know what I mean? So I completely understand what you're saying, but you do have to, some things that have happened, we do have to, we would not always the victim. And you know what I mean? Like, we had a little role to play. And so I think it is important to be honest with yourself if you
Yes.
did, because sometimes, that's not the case. But when it is, and that's what we're talking about, when it is, you do have to take some responsibility and say, hey, I could have done XYZ. I could have done this differently. I could have made a different decision. I didn't have to be in to put myself in this situation. But it's your mindset at the time. You know what I mean? And
Right.
that's the thing. And that's why it's always important. And we talk so much about shifting our mindset, because what you think is okay at one time in your life, right
Mm-hmm.
now, we know today it's not.
Right. It's not. Yes. And and it hasn't all it has not always been right, but we're just in the our mind process it differently because of all the years that we've been in this, on this planet, and we've gained some knowledge and wisdom and understanding to realize. And that's the reason why I kept this is something that I keep saying to myself. Well, I forgive you for not knowing what you didn't know. Will, I
Yes.
forgive you for not knowing what you didn't know. How
Yes.
can I keep blaming myself for not knowing something? So this is self forgiveness, and to be able to move on, because this will hold you down like an anchor.
Yes.
If you do not, if you do not find a way to forgive yourself, it's gonna
Yes.
hold you down, and you're not gonna be able to move because it's a weight that's
Yes.
tied around your ankle. And I'm telling you,
Yes.
you're gonna drag it with you, all your life, and
That's
you could
right.
have been so far ahead in your life, and because you have not found a way to forgive yourself, um, and therefore you just keep sinking, right?
Yes. Yes.
Because it's dragging you down.
Yes. So important to understand and acknowledge. So important to understand and acknowledge that identifying the things or the steps or whatever that you may have done that, may have put you in some certain situations, does not mean holding yourself hostage to it. Right? It doesn't mean locking yourself, oh, I'm a bad person. Oh, I did this. Oh, I'm so stupid. No, that is
Okay,
not
can
what
I
the
add
purpose
something
of
to
the
the
acknowledgement.
can I let me add something to what you just said? Very
Yeah.
important. Do not hold ourselves hostage.
Yes.
For me, it become more damage to what I was doing to myself than what the
Mhm.
person did to me.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that's good.
Right? Because
Yes.
what the person did to me, whether it happens once, twice, whatever, it's in the past.
Hmm.
Now I'm dragging this. Now I'm doing more harm to myself.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
doing more harm to myself by holding on to this than what the person did to me.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I want to help people understand. You're actually doing more harm to yourself.
Yeah.
Give yourself a little grace. And I will go as
Yeah.
far as to say, if you're a believer, if you're a spiritual person, you are now playing God.
Hmm.
Now, let me explain. Because if God can forgive you,
That's it.
who are you not to forgive yourself?
Woo.
I'm just saying.
That's good, sweetie.
I'm just saying. The next time you want to hold on to something, you don't want to forgive, you no, 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 and you call yourself a Christian, then I want you to, double check yourself. You gotta check yourself,
Before
and,
you
and
wreck
making
yourself.
sure. Oh yeah, yeah. Before you wreck yourself, right? You got to do a checkup from the neck up.
Excuse
All
me.
right.
Yes.
So we don't want to play God, right? And God's gonna help us to forgive and forget at the time is needed. But I've heard people say, "Well, I don't need to forgive. I can't forgive myself. I can never forgive myself." Well, go on. If that was working for you, go ahead. Has that been working for you? Has that been
Right.
working for you?
Right.
Well, if you keep doing what if you keep doing what you've been
Definition of
doing, you're never
insanity,
gonna.
right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. What you doing?
No, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So if you're that person, if you are that person listening right now, I'm telling you, give yourself a little grace. I know it's
Yeah.
hard. It took me
Yes.
35 years to forgive my grandmother for dying,
Yeah.
and that's part of the book. We'll get to that, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, all these years, poor lady's dead, but I held on to the fact that she left me, and it was her fault.
Yeah.
That's how,
Yeah.
that's how sickening. That's how toxic and unhealthy. Not forgiving yourself can be, and ultimately not forgiving others. So
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
That is the part I wanted to get into next is, your day-to-day life, your relationships, and with your grandmother passing away, with the way that you processed it, because this is all about, guys, and we're breaking this book down so because it is about how you process information, right? And the things that we tell ourselves, just like what Will is saying. And then how does it show up in our day-to-day lives? How does it show up in our relationships, right? All of that you've had. So you're going to school, you're trying to find this father figure, you've been betrayed several times at this point.
Hmm.
That is developing some anger, right? That is developing some unprocessed anger.
Right.
And
Oh
how
man.
is that showing up in your relationships where you're trying to be, you're going on to, you've been married a couple times. Why, how is that showing up in your relationships? How is
My
that showing up
gosh.
in your day-to-day life?
Well, apparently it did show up. I mean,
It
I've been married
showed up.
twice, right? And
Hmm.
because I had such a disordered, um, I had such a bad view when it comes to intimacy, when it comes to sex and love. Sex and love, I confuse them. I mean, it wasn't until after my second marriage and I realized sex and love are two very different things. Some people say, "Man, you're a grown man now." Okay, well, good for you if if you were
Right.
able to process, right? Not
Right.
I didn't know the difference, right? But knowing something is one thing, but processing it in your mind is quite different.
Yeah.
When you've been sexually abused and you've been introduced to sex via someone that's supposed to love you,
Yeah.
right? And that's when the confusion. So it's one thing to be going through this ordeal with someone else that don't quote unquote love you. They just took advantage of you. But when it's someone that's supposed to love you,
Yeah.
genuinely love you, and do this to you, and all of a sudden be like, okay, is this what love is? Is sex? And then now, being a grown man, being married, and God forbid, you're not getting as much sex you thought you would because now you're married. You thought it was I thought it was a buffet. Because before I got married, I'm like, well, okay, well, it's a restaurant. You go ahead and order your food or whatever. I said, when you get married, then it's a buffet. It's anytime, anywhere, any day. I don't. And I realized that ain't that wasn't real at all.
It's, I thought
And
it was a buffet.
I thought it was buffet. I'm like, sure, I'm married now, so let's go. And never really even talk about sex before marriage. Now, good Lord have mercy.
The
If you're
communication.
out there, if you're listening, if you're already in a relationship, look at your
Mhm.
relationship and ask yourself, do you know the person that you're with?
Yeah.
Do you
That's.
know what they've been through? Because a
Hmm.
lot of people are together with someone
You
and
have
in a
no idea.
relationship, they have no idea.
No idea.
I know a couple, um, not too long ago, I was working with them. He never knew. He couldn't understand why every time he touched his wife. Now they separated now, he couldn't understand why every time he touched his wife and she would jump and she would not. In the session that I was having with him, that's when he found out. He found out in the session that she was
Molested or something, right?
molested and sexually abused when she was a
Yeah.
child, and then they're both looking at each other, and I felt bad. I'm like, you guys been together for that long, and you just now found out,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm like, this is the problem. It too often we're so quickly now. This is now turning into a couple session or couples
We
interview.
covering it all. We covering
We
it all.
covered it
Nothing's off
all.
limits.
That's it. So all that to say,
So true.
if you're thinking about being in a relationship, a serious relationship with someone, find out what their first of all, I always say, find out what their relationship with the father and the mother or lack thereof. That's very
Yeah.
important. Find
Yeah.
out what kind of relationship they have with the mother and the father. And I could almost guarantee you will find some daddy issues and some mommy issues there. That's number
Definitely.
one. Number two, was there any incident when it comes to sexual abuse or molestation? Was there anything? Because those things will show up in your marriage. They will
Yes.
show up in your relationship. So you
Yes.
want to nip that in the bud before you, because I'm telling you, once you say I do, man, I mean, listen, it's not that easy. And imagine
Like you setting
being
yourself up for failure.
that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
So imagine being married with someone now, they don't want to get intimate with you, or it's hard. And that
Mm-hmm.
was my case,
Mm-hmm.
especially for a young man that was sexually active for at a very young age, and the fact that I was, exercise regularly. So we know there's a benefit to that
Testosterone.
when for men with
Mm-hmm.
testosterone to the roof, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I guess being Haitian men, I guess that comes naturally. But anyway, so I already had three strikes against me, right?
Right. You was ready.
So listen, I mean, I told somebody, I say, there's a joke of a place. I want to keep it PG. I say, if I piss somewhere, do not walk over it because you'll get pregnant. Okay. Um,
They fertile. Huh?
I'm telling you. But all joke aside, I say you gotta find out those things.
Yeah.
Both sides, men and
Definitely.
women. What
Definitely.
kind of relationship
Very important.
did he have with his father? Was his father there? What kind of relationship did he have with mother? Was it did his mother use him as
Boyfriend.
exactly?
Mm-hmm.
Did she use him as her mental
Mm-hmm.
confident, right?
Right.
Someone that she can talk to. That's your son. Your son should not be your confident. Should not be your set, whatever it is. You cannot use your son as that. So that's damaging. That's damage
Yeah.
to that young man, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's so important that we found out. That's if we want a long-term relationship. Now, if you just want to mess around, which
Right.
I don't condone that,
Oh, another
right?
thing. Right. That's a
But
different
people are
conversation.
people. People are
Right.
people. They're gonna do what they do. But
Right.
if you are someone that's looking for to get a long term relationship, I will highly recommend that you do the work prior. Find out what kind of relations they have with their parents. Find out what happened in their childhood. Because I'm telling you, because sooner or later it will come back, and it will come back and bite you, and it's
Definitely.
not gonna be good or healthy for the relationship.
I definitely agree. And I've had that experience too, where, and I think that's why the Lord is pulling me to, put something together and work more so with men, because there is just this lack of understanding, the communication and what needs to happen beforehand and what needs to happen, even throughout a relationship to continue to have a healthy relationship and what that looks like. But it starts with communication at the beginning. We're so quick to jump. We assume, you know what I mean? Oh, he looks great, so he must be fine. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And God forbid if the girl or the man is making a significant amount of money or just a stable, they just assume that, oh yeah, he's good or she's good, because it works both ways. They look good, they look well put together. You know what I mean? But once you're with somebody for this extended period of time, then you start seeing those red flags on the play that you just they 9 times out of 10 they were there in the beginning, but you ignore them.
Right, right.
But the
Just like in
honeymoon
that,
phase is over, right? The honeymoon phase is
right.
over, and then those relationships and those those things start coming out, a little bit later. So I love this conversation. Well, we gotten deep pretty early. We've gotten deep, but this is one thing that I think is really important for people to know and understand, because you say here, um, I love this. This is page 3. You say, more importantly, I had trust issues with myself. Did I make the right decision? Even when picking, men, women, whoever to be in your life, because you made some poor and bad decisions. And then you reap some repercussions, right? For those decisions. And so now at this point, for somebody out there that's like, man, I don't even trust myself. I know I went through that phase where I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even know what you think. When you're asking somebody all the time what they think about your life, what color you think this look good on me? Do you like those are your little hints and signs. You don't trust yourself. You don't know
Well,
yourself,
well,
right?
that's a danger. That's
How
a
could
danger
you work your
zone.
way back to trusting yourself? What steps did you take?
Well, when you get to that point, that's a danger zone. Now all of a sudden, now you're doubting everything that you do. So now your self confidence, I mean, forget it, right out the door.
To forget about.
Your self worth, right out the door. Because now even your competence, right out the door. Because everything that you do now, you question yourself. So therefore, you're questioning everything that somebody will say about you. Now, is it now because you have self-doubt, now you doubt everybody else, because
Yeah.
it doesn't stay with you. It doesn't just like we say, in church all the time, nobody sins in a vacuum, right? Your sins will have a repercussion not just on you, but on the next generation of people around you, not, if not immediately, but eventually. So it's the same thing. So by having self-doubt, you are doubting everyone, and people hate that. Some people could have good intention, and I doubt them, and I won't move forward. Excuse me, and I won't do this, and I won't do that because I have that. So I have gotten to a point where say, you know what? Yes, I have made some bad decision. Now let me see, because I was so focused on the bad decision that I made, so therefore I didn't trust myself, and I had to refocus myself. So I had to take the magnifying glass off of the bad decisions, and I say, okay, I got to this point. I mean, man, look at what you've done, right?
Hmm.
You set out to be a firefighter. Well, you left United States where all your family is there, and you came to a country where you don't know the language, you don't know anybody.
Yeah.
You became a
And you
firefighter.
survive.
And you survived. You became a firefighter. You became a financial planner, and you did well, in sales. Okay, so let's focus on that. Are those good things, and do they yield good fruits? They did.
Yeah.
So okay, so I can trust. So I had to learn. So I had to switch. So basically, what I did is is shift my focus
Yes.
from the negative
Yes.
decisions that I made, which were a
Yes.
lot, but there were some, and I decided to focus on the some. So just like Jesus did, he took the 5 loaves and 2 fishes and then turned it into something. Why? Because there was a foundation. So I had
Yeah.
some foundation here. Okay, never mind what's not working, but what is working. So
Yes.
I took that and I built on that, and that's the reason why now, you know, my confidence. And sometimes people say, "What are you wearing?" I'm wearing confidence. I'm Coach Prime. I'm Coach Prime. What are you
Yes.
wearing? I'm wearing confidence. Don't let my confidence, you know, stop over your insecurity.
That part.
Now I'm as confident as it come. Well, guess what? Like Coach Prime said, you didn't build me, so you can't kill me.
Hey.
You can't break me because you didn't make me.
You make me, baby.
You know what I'm saying? So when people say, "What are you wearing? Why you smell so good? You look so good." I'm wearing confidence, baby.
I know that's
So
right.
so so that's where I'm at right now. So I just had to, have the paradigm shift, go from focus on the negative and go to
Yes.
positive, and still. Now let me put that out there. Still embrace the negative, because you cannot have light
Yes.
without the darkness.
That's it.
The darkness doesn't exist. It's just an absence of light,
Yes.
right?
I love
So
that.
I need that to remind me this is a bad choice that I've made, and I don't want to do that again. But I'm
Yeah.
not staying there. I'm not living there because
Yes.
it's my past. And as I always make reference to, my past is my review mirror. My future is the wind is the windshield.
Michelle,
That's the
baby.
reason why
Yes.
it's so much bigger than my review mirror. So now I'm not focused on the negative. I know they're there. I've done them. It's just for me to learn from it. Now let's build on the positive. And that's how now when people see me, they see me, they think I'm cocky. I'm not cocky, I'm just confident.
I
And
love
and
it.
because I'm
There is a
confident,
difference.
there's a difference. But and in order for me to have that confidence, I had to become competent.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people want to have confidence, but without having the no, how did I get competence? So it's to learn from what I've done and get some help, right?
Yeah.
That's where competence comes in, and then
Yes.
to build my confidence. And that's
I
where I'm
love
at
it.
today. And that's why, listen, you didn't bring me this far. Nobody brought me this far but God, which means nobody can take me back where I've been.
I love it. I love it. Now, because this is chapter one, I'm gonna wrap up with this question here because I love the ending of chapter one. Do you talk about Kirk Franklin, who was my favorite gospel artist?
Hmm.
And I love this, the cake explanation, the cake
Yes.
analogy. And I love that. Share that cake analogy with our audience. And you know, the fact that you even came up with this is just it's just like I love this. I love it.
Yes. Let me say that I did not. I kind of add. I always do that. I will take something. I will hear
Yes.
something, and I'll add my flavor to it. And it was a very rare footage of Kirk Franklin. He was in the studio right before he started. Recording his album, and he was talking about a cake. How you got to have different ingredients. And as I was listening, and I was listening to it, I'm like, and so I added to it. So basically, if I take two eggs, right,
Hmm.
and I'll just break it and drink it. Well, I've done that before, but not everybody. So let's just say the average person who probably wouldn't break the egg and just drink it, right? So now we're talking about a cake here, well, the basic ingredients, right? And I wouldn't take the flour and just kind of like gouge it in my mouth. It's like, okay, it's flour. I mean, who does that? Nobody.
Yes.
um right, and I wouldn't take a stick of butter and start eating. I mean, my God, my cholesterol level would be through the roof. Nobody does that, right? And I wouldn't take a cup of sugar and just throw it down my throat. I wouldn't do that, right? The whatever the basic ingredients that we'll use to make a cake, we would eat it all on its own. But if we take the right measurements of the cake, and we take the right amount of eggs and the right amount of sugar and the right amount of all the great ingredients, and we put it together. And here's the thing: we cook it at the right temperature.
Yes.
We leave it at, for the exact amount of time that's supposed to be. Because just because you put it at the right temperature, if you take it out too early, it's uncooked. But if you leave it too long, it will burn. So everything has to be according to the recipe. Now, when that cake, and before you take out the cake, you can actually smell that something smells good. I mean, I don't know about you, but when grandma was around and grandma will make a cake, trust me, the whole neighborhood will know that my grandmother's making a cake. Okay, she know how to throw it down in the kitchen, so you can smell it's coming. But you can't
Yes.
eat it yet. You can't touch it yet, but you know it's coming. So now you're anticipating it, right? You're getting all your mouth start watering. You just like, man, I can't wait to eat that cake. And you put it out, and then you take a slice, and then boom. So life is the same. Is the same way. Everything that we've been through is part of the ingredients to make for that cake to be fully prepared and ready, which is me, which is you. So all the trials and tribulations that you've been through, they're all the ingredients that needed to be there and you had to go through that, the amount of time that it took you to get there. You had to have patience. You had to have wisdom. You
Yes.
had to have knowledge and understanding. And now where you are today is because of all the ingredients now you put together. And as I said, if I was a dairy free, gluten free chocolate cake, I would eat myself. Okay, so that's where the analogy comes from, because
I love it.
we look at everything that we've been through as bad.
Yes.
Imagine if I were to take that cup of flour and I would just throw it away. I'm like, because I taste it because it's bad.
Yes.
Well, because you didn't taste it at the right time, because you didn't do it, you didn't use it for the right purpose,
Yes.
right? Imagine if I were to take that eggs, I'm like, oh man, the taste, because the egg's not, it's not cooked, the
Yeah.
butter is not melted.
Yes.
But when we embrace everything that we've been through, and really take the time to analyze and do the work, and that's what you get. It's a nice piece of chocolate cake, whatever cake you like. I mean, if you're white, then it's a strawberry cake or cheesecake, whatever cake you prefer. I prefer, chocolate cake, right? So that's why I talk about the chocolate cake. But it could be any type of cake for you. I mean, to each his own.
I
You know,
love it.
but
I
but but
love it.
but one thing I know, if you don't eat chocolate cake, then I don't want to be a friend. I'm just saying. Don't try. I ain't nobody's friend, because I don't trust somebody that don't like chocolate cake. If you don't eat chocolate cake, I
Say
do
something
not
wrong
trust
with
you.
you.
I don't trust you. So stay away from me.
And some ain't right. Some ain't right. I
Some
love
ain't
it.
right.
I
Right.
love it. I love it. I love it. The end of this chapter, I wrote Romans 8:28 kind of man, because that's my mantra. That's my foundation. My brother from another mother. Romans 8:28 to the 10th power. Don't let your past dictate your future, is how the chapter ends. And I just absolutely I love the transparency. I love the vulnerability. This conversation has been amazing.
Yes. Yes.
Again, one of the things that I pride myself in is just having the elephant in the room conversations, because these are so many things that we need to heal from. And if we don't talk about them, how are we going to heal? How are we going to learn? How are we going to grow? How do we know that, oh my goodness, oh, I'm not the only one that went through that? Oh my God, I'm not the only one that felt like that. Oh my goodness, he got through that, so I can get that through that too. Okay. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
so
Yes.
what I
Having those uncomfortable conversation,
yes.
it needs to be normalized.
Yeah.
They're not easy. I mean, yesterday I was at as you know, I was at this mental health expo yesterday, and the testimony that I heard, man. I mean, this young man that really, really, I mean, he had a story. Um, it was just incredible. It gives me hope.
Yeah.
And the thing that I've heard, I mean, from different people, I mean, it was such a life changing moment for me yesterday being at that show, and especially it was really dedicated for men this time.
Yes.
Um, and so many men from different walks of life, uh, spoke about their story. Great meetings that I have yesterday in connection, and I'm just
Mhm.
really looking forward for that to bear fruits. But we have to have this uncomfortable conversation, and I know this is not glitz and glamour, and society not going to woo woo that. But you know what? Behind closed doors, I mean, let's start in our home.
Yeah.
Let's try not to put that on billboards or on TV and try to tell our story. What about in our home? And a lot of us don't even talk about the thing that we go through with people that are close to us.
Yeah.
And I think that's a shame. Why? It's because it's a trust issue. It's
Yeah.
because of judgment. It's because
Yeah.
of how they're gonna see me. See, a
Yeah.
lot of us would rather talk sometimes to strangers who
Yeah.
don't know us.
It's easier. It's
It's
easier.
easier. It's
Yeah, that's
easier
what I've
because
been
this
told anyway.
right,
Yeah.
because this person's gonna go away. You're probably never gonna see them again. And there will be no judgment. If there's judgment, you don't really care. So that's why we
Mhm.
don't do that. So let us, you and I, and everybody else who's listening,
Yeah.
let us be that safe space for someone that we know that around us, that needed that space to speak, and because that's how the healing starts.
Yes.
Healing starts by revealing, because again, we cannot heal what we don't reveal.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
but healing starts by start revealing the thing. But
Yes.
who are we revealing those things to, right? Are these they trustworthy? Are they going to be? Are they going to judge me? Are they going
Mhm.
to ridicule me? Especially as a man, am I going to feel emasculated? Am I going to feel
Yeah.
belittled? Am I going to feel less than a man?
Yes.
So that's where we're at. But you know what? The conversation has started. So we just need to continue this conversation, because it cannot be just a runoff. It cannot be just a one and done. It's
Yeah.
got to be at the forefront each and
Yeah.
every day. And we have to encourage men to continue having this difficult conversation.
Yes. And I just thank God, I thank God. I feel like I prayed for God to send me people like me.
Mm.
Right? People like me that are going to, just genuinely want to make the world a little, just do our part, you know what I mean? And make
Right.
the world a better place, first starting with ourselves and then reaching
Hmm.
back. I call it getting our hair tucked on and reaching back and helping somebody else, come through the crazy of the dysfunction and trauma
Right. Exactly.
that we've somehow feel like it's that had been normalized, and so I'm so grateful to you. I'm grateful to you for one. I always say when you walk in your purpose, you will inspire others to walk in theirs, and
Mm.
you have truly inspired me with this book. It's a pleasure to walk and take this journey with you through it. I'm humbled and grateful that you trust me enough to do that, and just looking forward to all that is to come and what is coming out. These are just priceless conversations that I feel like will help people as time, goes on. It'll be 3, 4, 5, 6 years, 10 years from now, people will still be able to pull these conversations up and get something, to be able to fill their
Absolutely.
cup.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, we all have a story. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're not ready to share your story, that's fine. But at least begin this difficult conversation. They got to start somewhere. You got to start. You don't want to battle, buttoning all this in, and that's what I call it. Emotional constipation.
Yeah.
We don't want to be constipated. Walking around being constipated. Nobody wants to be constipated. That's why the pharmacy industry, the pharmaceutical industry is doing, anyway,
Right.
this is a whole
Right.
nother conversation. I don't
Right.
want to be banned or censored, but what I'm saying is, who wants to be constipated? Nobody.
Sure.
But
Sure.
how many people that are walking around and being emotionally constipated? How many men that are
Yeah.
emotionally constipated? Too many.
Too
So
many.
it is time for us to find a way. I am here.
Yeah.
Reach out to me.
Yeah.
And if you know somebody, if you're a woman, please help me, because I always say, when the men, well, first of all, when the boys heal, the men will appear.
Yes.
And I tell women, especially right now, if you are looking to get your man or your son, your boyfriend or whatever, a gift, give
Yes.
him a gift of healing. Let's call it a gift of healing.
Yes.
And
Beautiful.
get a session, even if it's just one session. If it's just one session, because I can guarantee you, because I don't guarantee a lot of things. There are two things that I guarantee in this life, and that is death and taxes. You will die and you will pay taxes. But the third thing that uh, 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 I can guarantee is, by the end of our first session, you will experience emotional liberation.
I
I
love it.
can guarantee that you
Yeah.
will experience emotional liberation, because this is what I live, breathe. This is what I do on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So if you are thinking about giving a man a gift for this Christmas or for the birthday or whatnot, please give him a gift of healing, because that gift, let me
Yeah.
tell you a little secret, that gift will come back to you tenfold. Why?
Oh,
Because that man is going to be a better man, so
yeah.
therefore he's going to show up better.
Yeah. Better husband, better
Speed.
better father.
Better
Yes.
father, better husband, better
Better
brother, better
son, better
friend.
son. Yes, better
So
friend.
you're really giving that gift to you by helping this man to start his healing journey.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's a win-win situation.
Tell them what products you have available. Well, we know you have your book, and then what else do you have? What other
I have a book,
services do you
and
have?
I've got my group coaching that's about that is available right now. It's $29.99 um, a month. You can cancel at any time. It's a group coaching that I'm going to be doing twice a month. But as of January, it's going to go up to $49.99. So now it's the time to get into the group coaching.
Yes.
And if you are listening on right now, send me a DM. Send
Yes.
me a DM. We're gonna call it self love because that way I know uh where they were listening from. Self
Yeah.
love. So I've got the group coaching. I've got a one-on-one coaching as well. I've got a 12-week coaching. I've got
Yes.
a 24-week coaching, and of course, I do speaking engagements, mostly virtual.
Mhm.
So yeah, so let's just DM me. Go to IG,
Yes.
or if you listen to IG is Will to Rise, Will underscore to underscore Rise, or right here on Facebook. Just send me
Mhm.
a DM self love because I don't want you to go to a website and then get lost. Send me a DM and it'll be easier for me to quickly get on a Zoom call with you and let's figure out exactly what you need. Because what I'm offering you may not suit you. You may need something that is, catered to you. If that's the case, again, send me a DM on Facebook, Will Baptist, and Instagram,
Point
Will
you in
to
the right
Rise.
direction.
Yeah, exactly. And then let's have a talk
Yeah.
and man to man for about half an hour, and then we'll take it from there. So
Yeah.
I've got the book, I've got the group coaching, I've got a one-on-one coaching, and I've got other things coming up as well that I'm working on.
I
And
love it.
so yeah, I would love for men to start taking their emotions more seriously
Yeah.
and
I love
using it in a way that is constructive.
I love it. I love it. I love all the various ways that you can, because one thing may not work for, for one person, and something may work for another. Some people need one-on-one coaching, and some people do better in the group. And so I love that you offer both of the things. And so again, Will, thank you for coming on today. And guys, we are going to continue. We are going to work our way through this book. We're continuing. Look, I have notes for days. Look, I don't know if you can see all my notes, but I have
My
notes.
God.
I got notes for days, honey. I was reading and writing. I was like, oh my God.
My goodness, my goodness. You
And
know what?
so
When I come to the States, I'm gonna have to see all I'm gonna have to read all the notes. So
yes.
please keep that book safe somewhere because I think you have enough notes for me to write another book just from those notes.
You
Right?
do.
So
I'm
keep that book
asking
somewhere
questions.
safe, please. Put it in a safe, put it so that way it doesn't get damaged because
Definitely
I
not.
wanna I wanna see this book one day. Definitely
Yes.
wanna see this
Yes.
book
Yes.
in person one day. Yes.
Well, family, it is your girl, Michelle Franklin. You know what I always say, honey. Again, when you walk in your purpose, you inspire others to walk in theirs. I thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back reviewing chapter 2 and the questions that were in my mind as I read chapter 2
Mm.
shortly. So y'all stay tuned, and we will be posting another time when we'll be back for chapter 2. So, but in the meantime, I aspire to inspire until I expire. That's what I'm doing. Look, what you
Ooh.
doing? Get yourself together. Look, what you doing? Y'all have a
Love
good
it.
one. Know how old you are. There's nothing lucky about a 9-year-old being touched on by a woman, man. Like none of it. Because I know other boys. All right, family. We are live. It is your girl, Michelle Franklin, Miss Michelle D.I. Y'all know me out in these internet streets. Look, well, they know us out in these internet streets. It is your girl, Michelle D.I.Y. for Divine Intervention, honey, because there are no coincidences in this world. only God's divine intervention in our lives, and Mrs. Community Builder. Why? Because that's what I love to do, honey, naturally, bringing you the good information, the information that you need for your mind, your body, and your spirit, and those emotions, honey. That is what we're doing. And we have been doing our book series on with Mr. Will Baptist, with The Will to Rise. Look, can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? Look, let me get closer. The will to rise, how to persevere in the face of adversity, is what we have been doing by Will Baptist, aka the Haitian sensation, is in the building once again. This is my family, my brother from another mother.
That's right. That's right.
How
We're
are
right
you doing
here.
tonight? How are you doing tonight?
Overwhelmed, but we listen. We're getting it done.
Getting it done.
We're getting it done.
We're getting it done like no other. Now,
That's
again,
right.
we are so proud of this young man right here. And so for me, it is an honor and a privilege to go over each and every chapter and review and just talk about the different things that have come up. And so we have covered so much already. And we
Yes,
still
we
have
have.
much to go. And so it is, just dealing with just the journey of it all and the things that you've learned, along the way, and what might what lessons that you've learned along the way, and then things that you might be able to reach back and help somebody else with is why we're doing this. And so again, it's an honor and a privilege to go over this amazing book. It is a book of true transformation, just a journey of transparency, and a journey of triumph. I just feel like you are a conqueror to the 10th power. When I think of all that you've been through, you are like the definition, like conqueror in the dictionary, and your picture should be right there, like bam.
Oh my God. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's so sweet. That's so kind of you. I appreciate that.
Yes, and
Listen, I knew there was a purpose for this, and I knew that I wouldn't. I would do the world a disservice if I didn't put this uh, out there. And this morning, I made a post about being a cycle breaker, about being someone that's that's stopping this generational trauma, and
yes.
it comes with a cost, but it's a cost that I'm willing to pay
Hmm.
to bridge the gap, or to divide it, depends on how you look at it,
Yes.
and to make sure that I don't perpetuate, or I don't pass on what was passed down to me.
Yeah.
And here I am today, man. I am fighting tooth and nail to make sure that I am the best in everything and at everything that I do. The
Yeah.
best of my ability, not the best in terms of comparison, or comparing myself to anybody else, because there's only one me. And as I've said before, there has never been somebody like me. There isn't someone like me, and there will never be another person like me.
I
So,
know
baby
that's right.
girl, what I'm here to do, only I can do it this way.
That's
So
right.
I'm going to give it my 100%.
That's right. And all the gifts and blessings and what God has for you is for you, that is to come. And I pray you just all the success. And that's why I had to support you and support this, because it's one thing to talk about walking in purpose, but it's another
Right.
thing to do it. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? And there's so many people that I feel like have so much unprocessed trauma, and that I just know that that your book and your journey of overcoming and how you've overcome will help them. And so we have been reviewing. If you guys have missed anything, then please go to the YouTube channel Reflections
Yes.
Choosing Me Guilt Free. That is CMGF Reflections, CMGF. That is Choosing Me Guilt Free. And the other ones, the previous shows are on there. We are at chapter 5.
already.
We're at chapter 5. We are rolling. So
Yes,
we at chapter 5. So let's go on and get into it. Let's get into it.
let's
Chapter
do
5
that. Yes.
is Goodbye Grandma. Now
Ooh,
this is very significant, I know for sure, because you know, your grandma was everything for you.
yes, she was. And the thing about it, it's funny that we're talking about it now because her homegoing anniversary is coming up in 2 weeks.
Mm,
And that's the reason why Christmas has not been the same
yeah.
for over 30 years.
Wow.
It's been 30 years that I've never I celebrate Christmas because of my children. I don't think it's fair to them
Right.
that I don't celebrate, but I don't celebrate because I want to. I celebrate because I feel like it's an obligation as a father. I don't want to punish my children for what
Sure.
happened to me.
Sure.
And but for me, it is a sad time, and no one should tell anybody when they should stop grieving or when they
Yes.
should move on. It's just
Yes.
like healing. Now, it doesn't it's not as painful as it was the first 10, 15 years, but it's still something that would always, we call it in the psychological world, we'll call it the worst day cycle. The worst day cycle is basically it's one particular day that you live it over and over and over again. I'm getting better at that. I'm really really good doing better, but it is what it is. I've never been able to have someone that can replace her,
Yeah.
and we just doing our best, and that's it. That's it. So you know, she's in a better place, and I wish she was still here. She could see what I become, but
Yeah.
she's not. But I'm sure she's listening. She's watching. She's praying for me,
Yes.
and I want to make her proud. I want to make her proud.
I love that. You know what the thing about it is, um, my grandmother's, my big mama, her birthday is December the 24th. And she passed away 8 years. It was one of the things that sent me into this spiral of anxiety and depression and just this whole nother life that I didn't even know existed in this mental health realm. And the significance of, you know, those loved ones. I
Hmm.
want to just touch real quick and touch base on something that you said, which, you know, she's not here. For me, I always feel like what helped me was knowing that she is here. You know what I mean? She might not be here in a physical, and she might not be with you in a physical, but I do feel like, you know, there are times when I feel my big mama spirit. My stepfather that raised me passed away the same year. Like it's times where I'm down, where I feel that spirit. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
I feel like those are the things that are when I think of your story and how you've gotten through so much, I do feel like she's been there, like, you know what I mean? Like your guardian angel is how I see them now.
Right.
It's our guardian angels
Absolutely.
leading it.
And the reason why I say it like this is because of the time of the year that she passed away. Had it been a
Yeah.
different time,
Yeah.
because there wouldn't be anything uh significant attached to it, but because of the time of the year and as a
Yeah.
child,
Yeah.
as a 12-year-old boy,
Yeah.
you are looking forward to Christmas,
Of course.
and then boom, there's a death. And how
Yeah.
you can't celebrate Christmas. Well, you
Yeah.
you could, but it wasn't
It's different.
happening.
It's
You know what I
different.
mean? So to me, that's what makes it even harder. But like I said, it's been 30 years, and I'm talking about it tonight, but then tomorrow will be another day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be another day, and the time is gonna come back again next year, and I'm gonna say, Grandma, I hope I'll make you proud, and that's all I can say. I no longer blame her anymore. I'm no longer. I have forgive her,
Hmm.
because of what happened when she was alive, and I felt let down. I felt betrayed by her,
Yeah.
I felt, you know, I think it was unjust, but I
Mhm.
have forgive her. I forgive her about 5 years ago. So it's all good now. It's all good. We can talk about it, and we can feel whatever feeling that comes up, whatever emotion that comes up. We're gonna feel that,
Yeah.
and then it's gonna be just that emotions, and that's it.
Well, you say here in the book, my beloved grandmother passed away when I was 12. My world fell apart. I lost my shield, protector, and bearings. I think I lost myself because I no longer knew who I was. And even though I had loved her dearly for years after she died, I blamed her for the bad things that happened to me both before and after she passed because she wasn't there to protect me. I think that's so significant. I feel like that is so significant because as you said, as a 12-year-old, to how you process how you're processing those things,
Mm.
you know, you do see people as they have a significant role in that role, and to feel like, I've been in these situations and I shouldn't have been, or maybe it might have been different.
Right, right, exactly. But you know what? That's a so when I was writing about this, I somehow bring myself to the 12-year-old mind frame.
Yeah.
That's the only way that I could write about it. So I had to myself into that 12-year-old boy mindset and to relive. It's funny how I was able to relive how I felt the time to be able for me to be able to really articulate that in put into words.
Mhm.
Again, hindsight 2020 would my life be different? I don't know, but that's the beauty of the unknown. That's the beauty of what could have, should have, right?
Yeah.
But then again, I'm way past that now.
Yeah.
Now I can talk about it without getting too emotional. And if I
Yeah.
do,
That's
so
okay.
bad,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's what I talk about. I'm an emotional health coach,
Mhm.
and I will acknowledge my emotions and I would embrace my emotions, but I will control it, not suppressing it, but I will control it because, again, being a man, you got to learn to master your own emotions, not suppress it, but master it, or in other
Yeah.
words, control it. So I'm good, and to be quite honest with you, I think that's what gives life more meaning now. I think death is what gives life more meaning. I think death is, I think it gives life not just meaning, but it makes sense to life.
Yeah.
It makes sense to life because if there's no death, then what would be the point of of making a difference in this life if you know that you will always be around, right?
Yeah. And it
Now the
helps us
only
to
thing is,
appreciate life as well. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. And was she gone too soon and too early? Who am I to say it was too soon, too early? We all have an expiration date.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
love what you say. I aspire to inspire until I expire.
Yes.
We all have an inspiration date. And if you're here, that means your mission is not over. So get
Yeah.
to work.
Get to work.
Whatever
I
that work looks like, get to work because your
get
mission ain't over yet.
That's right. I always say, as long as you're on this side of heaven, you know what I mean? God has given you time to pull it together for all those people that feel like, maybe I'm too old or it's not my time has passed. I'm like, honey, you still on this side of heaven, so you still have time.
Absolutely.
I want to touch base real quick on the fact that you said just 5 years ago that you forgave her and you were able to let that go. What did you do in order to get to that point? Because again, you were 12 years old, and I'm sure how you were processing it. You know what I mean? So, what did you do to 5 years ago that you were able to get to that point? For anybody out there struggling with this thing, because some people don't understand that you are angry when somebody passes away. That is part of the grieving process. Like, that's a stage in grief, is anger. And it might sound crazy to somebody to be angry with somebody that's passed away, but I've been angry with people that have passed away. You're like, what was you doing? That was stupid. You know what I mean? Like you have all of these thoughts because we don't understand it. You know what I mean? And we're
Mm,
just trying to figure it out. And a lot of times you do process it with anger.
mm-hmm.
What why did they do this? Or why couldn't they stay longer? You're angry with God, you know, all of that stuff. But what did you
Right.
do in order to heal
That's a
that
great
area 30
question.
years ago?
I I tried to forgive her before and I couldn't do it. And I'm gonna tell you why. That's because I had to forgive myself first before I could forgive her. Because there's no way I had the strength to forgive her. Because it's in forgiving myself that I found the strength to forgive her. And the fact that I know what it feels like to be forgiving, right?
Mhm.
Not only by God, but to forgive myself. So I'm like, what's the point of holding on to something that it's not is no fault of her own. And the longer that I had on to that, and the longer that I wasn't forgiving her, the longer the longer that I was dying on the inside. Because remember, not forgiving someone, it's like drinking the poison and hoping that person is dead, and that drinking the poison and hoping the person will die. And that case, she was dead, right?
Mhm.
But for me, it's the strength that it took me to forgive myself. It did. it- I think it takes more strength to forgive ourselves than it is to forgive someone else,
Definitely.
because we don't think that we need forgiveness. And so that's an internal work. That's an inside job. So once you've learned that, once you've come to that understanding that you must forgive yourself first, then it was easier. I didn't say it was easy, but it was easier for me to forgive her. And also because she came to me in a dream, and as I was just talking to her, I was talking to God, and I felt like God was very distant from me. I said,
Mhm.
"Well, I'll go to someone that I trust," and that she was the only person that I trust. She wasn't there. I'm like, well, at least I
Wow.
can speak to her.
Yeah.
Till this day, she's the only person that I've ever trusted. And I went and talked to her that day, and she really helped me. And I feel like she was still there protecting me. And at that moment, she released me as a full grown man and say, okay, now that you have come to that understanding, now you're on your own.
Wow.
But this whole time she was protecting me. Now she said, now you're on your own. And that, to me, that was just one in the. It had to be a little bit more than 5 years ago, because I remember it vividly where it happens. It has to be at least 7 years ago, because I
Yeah.
remember where I was
Yeah.
sitting there, and then I made a video about that as well, to say thank you, Grandma, for talking to me. Thank you for letting me know that I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And then thinking that it was going to be okay, and that's when all hell broke loose for me. My second divorce was very contagious, and then I got to a second marriage, and then everything went downhill from there. But it was a character building season,
Yeah.
because now she was protecting me. Now she said, now you're on your own, because I
Mhm.
can no longer protect you anymore. You've got to go out there and you got to make a man of yourself.
Wow.
I had to become a man because I didn't want to become a man, because I was scared, because I didn't know what becoming a man was like. So she was still carrying me. So when she
Yeah.
released me, that's when I learned about a lot of things. So as long as she was carrying me, I don't think I would
Yes.
be being able to come to the understanding of who I am today.
And see, there's somebody out there that's not really going to have the understanding of what you're talking about, and what it is. It's on a spiritual realm, guys. This is not a physical thing, right? When you have this connection with people or someone that you love, and they leave and get into the spiritual realm, you know, again, they're still there leading and guiding you. They're still around you, and it's almost like I keep picturing the Lion King, you know what I mean? Like I keep picturing
Mm,
Mufasa, you know what I mean? Like his spirit is still there and it's still kind of leading you, and they speak to you. You know what I mean? And they will come to you in your dreams. And some people are like, oh my God, this is too much and this is kind of crazy. But whether you believe it or not, it still is what it is. Um, the spirits will come if you're open for them to come, if you're open to hear them, especially somebody that you love very dearly. You know what I mean? And so I think that it's beautiful that it got to a point where she felt like, okay, you're okay now. You know what I mean? Like that's what I got from that. Like, you're okay now. I know it. Like, it was almost like, I'm still worried about this baby. I gotta I gotta stay close. I
Right,
gotta stay close
exactly.
to him. I don't know about this baby right here. Like, he's still fragile. But it was almost like, okay, you're okay. Go ahead out there and spread your wings now. Like, she kind of kicked you out the nest almost.
Yeah, literally.
Beautiful.
Yep.
That's beautiful. It's scary. Like you said, it is scary, but beautiful nonetheless. Now, this chapter 5 touches on a lot of, emotionally touchy things, but we're going to go here for a minute. Um, because in here you talk about how the sexual abuse started.
Hmm.
And I put on here because I just hear from a male perspective and boys, and like a little boy thing of because it was initially was a woman. We talked about that in one of the other ones. That initially was a woman, and she was going to teach you how to do it. How old were you? Because it doesn't say in here. How old were you at that time?
I, I know. Okay, we must have left that part out. Maybe at that time I didn't want to say the age, um, because I didn't want people that are close to me kind of put it together. But I'm sure they will, because I thought that I had put it at the age, but I was 9.
Wow, honey. Wow.
I was
And
9.
at 9 years old, you got a female, a person in your life that, again, who you trusted, who should have been someone of
My
trust,
caregiver.
a caregiver that was supposed to be taking care of you.
Hmm.
Talking about she's going to teach you how to do it. It's sickening. You know what I mean? Sickening.
When my son turned 9, I had I had a I had a breakdown,
Sure.
because that's the age that happened to me, and I had a meltdown.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wish he could have just go from 8 to 10,
Yeah.
but when he became 9, when he turned 9, I'm like, and I'm looking at him, and then I really had a moment of craziness, if because I'm looking at him.
Sure.
He's 9,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at him. I'm like, he can. He's 9. Look at him.
Yeah.
I'm like,
He's
this
just
is
a
what
baby.
happened. Just a baby.
Yeah. Just a baby.
But you took me at 9 years old and you do this to me?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, it was a moment, and I look at him, and that's when I give him. I think I give my son more love at 9 years old than I've done in the previous 8 years,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I just wanted to love on him,
Yeah.
and protect him and shield them, and I, I didn't want anything. I didn't want anybody to get close to him. I didn't want anything to happen to him.
Yeah.
Listen, I even asked his mother. I say, "Can I have him for the year?" For that
Oh.
year, right?
Yeah.
I wanted him to be with me. I wanted to protect. I want to be there. That's how
Yeah.
scared I was. I mean, it was just, thank God I didn't go overboard. I didn't go like crazy. But
Right.
it was at that moment I wanted to protect him at all costs. But I know someone that can, and that's when God stepped in. He said, "Listen, even if you did have your son with you, you can't be with him 24/7." But he
Yeah.
said, I can. So
Yeah.
leave it up to leave him to me, and I will take care of him.
Love
And
that.
that's when I let go.
Yeah.
And I let God be
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. I love that, honey, because one thing what you were experiencing was the unprocessed trauma of PTSD. I always say, since I've learned about PTSD and since I've been diagnosed last year with PTSD, I was thinking, I said, dang, I haven't been in a service or anything. What do you mean I have PTSD? But it's those things like that that we have had trauma and things that have happened to us that we don't process because we're just, you just continue and go on. But they're very significant traumatic things that have happened, and it affects you and you really don't even realize it until you're in a situation like this. Now my child is the same age that I was when this thing was happening to me. Oh my God. And you get all of this, you know,
Hmm.
anxiety, and you try to figure out what's wrong with me. Like, why can't I, what I mean, calm down? But you get all of this worry. I completely understand where you were, because my daughter is 14 years old, and at 14 years old, I was in the 8th grade and I got pregnant. I had sex for the first time at 14 years old. I had an abortion at 14 years old. And when my daughter turned 14, all I could think of was, oh my God, this baby is 14. Like,
Mm.
I was this age. You know what I mean? And I was so
Right.
grateful. Like, I just kept praying, like, thank you, Lord, that this child is not in the city. She's not in the mind frame. She's not in the space. You know what I
Right.
mean? She's not having these things or thoughts that, all of this trying to keep up with the older kids like I was having. She could be a 14-year-old and be a child. You
Right.
know what I mean? And so it is that thing is so strong, you know, it's so strong. I wrote on the side of here, there's some people that are going to process this like, oh, it was a woman that did this to him. And I said, there's someone out there that will say, man, you were lucky. Maybe, uh, because it was a woman. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Hmm.
Those people, and that's why I said I need people to process this and know how old you were. There's nothing lucky about a 9-year-old being touched on by a woman, man. Like, none of it. Because I know other boys that were, inappropriately touched at 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. That, I mean, they just wanted to be kids and be boys and go out and play.
Exactly. Exactly. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to have to learn. I mean, it carried over into my relationships, my marriage,
Yeah,
because now I'm confused. I confused love with sex
yeah.
because it muddied the water for me.
That's one thing I wanted to I have in here. I said that the girls say I love you, because you do say one thing it did was to cause me to associate love with sex. Even before I got married, I tell the woman I love sex. I say, you must give me sex. We talked about this other day too. If you don't give me sex, you don't love me. So was it that, what did she say to you, for anybody out there to say to teach their children? You know what I mean? Because I know even when I was molested, I always used to say to my daughters, if he tells you this, they're lying. If somebody tries to touch you, then nothing's gonna happen. Like, I would tell her all the things that they say in order to.
Hmm.
So was she saying to you that she loved you, or what did that association come from?
No, she never did. She never did, and I know why she never did. I'm not sure if I'm too comfortable to say why she didn't say it, but no, she never did. She never did it in the name of love or being attracted to me as a man.
Hmm.
It was the spirit that was no. There was no attraction. There was no. Oh man, I like you and this, and I wasn't like overdeveloped. It
Hmm.
wasn't like I was 9, but I looked I was 16. None of
Right.
that. So, and it wasn't. How can I say that? It was close enough as a family member that they could not love me in that way. Well,
Okay.
maybe I don't know. So all that to say, there was no there. It happened because the spirit behind it, and I feel like the spirit was the one that's driving, or that was in the
Demonic
driver's
spirit.
seat,
A
right?
demonic spirit.
And I believe, yeah, it's
Hmm.
with the demonic spirit.
Definitely.
I also believe, and that's just my gut feeling, and based on studies and all of that, I have a feeling she did have it, had it happen to her.
Yeah. Definitely.
For 2 reasons. Reason number one, because when my grandmother walked into the room, She knew something was happening, and she stepped back. So years later, as as I'm going to therapy, just for that, because I had three therapists at some point.
Yeah.
I had a therapy for PTSD because I'm a former firefighter.
Mm-hmm.
I had a therapy because of all the trauma that I've been through, and also I had a therapist for just men that have been sexually abused.
Wow.
So, and what he did tell me was that there are two reasons why people do that, because either number one, they've been through it,
Yeah.
it happened to them, and number two, it's just it's just the way they were trying to express something, but that's the only way they could have expressed it. And so I become the victim because I was close to that
The
person.
easiest target, like an easy
I was the
target type
easiest
thing.
target,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that person went on to continue to do it, with other people
Really.
that I know of. Oh, absolutely. So there was a pattern.
Yeah.
There was a pattern there. So, and I hope she get delivered, and I have forgive her. And here's this was the hardest part for me. The hardest part was not to come to the point to forgive her. It's the fact that she said she had nothing to be forgiven for. That was worse than the act,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
here I was at a place of calm, at a place of peace, and I wanted to say, you know what, I forgive you, and for that, I really, to be honest with you, I was caught by surprise because I did not expect that. I thought
Sure.
they would just say, you know what, uh, thank you for forgiving me, but no, I had nothing to be forgiving for. That to me was worse than the act, and it was just a knife. It just right shit to my heart and just twisted.
Yeah. What what was your reaction when you did she y'all were having a conversation and she just
No, we weren't having a conversation. I just text her.
okay.
I just text her. I said, listen, I'm at a place right now uh, that I have forgiven myself. I'm in a
Yeah.
better place now. And I just want to let you know because I need to release you.
Surely.
I just want to
Surely.
let you know that I forgive you. My gosh. And,
Yeah.
and 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 then I was mad at myself. Oh, I call myself all kinds of names. And I was just angry at myself. I'm like, you should have never seen anything. Now here's the way. And then now, you know what it did to me? It played with my mind. What, did it really happen then? If she said
Surely.
there's nothing to be forgiven for,
Surely.
did it
Surely.
really happen? Well, I know it happened.
Right.
I
Right.
can tell you exactly,
Right.
30 years ago, yeah, 33 years ago, where I
Yeah.
was exactly.
Right.
The womb, everything. So I know I'm not making this up. Like
Right.
some people would like to make us think that we're making things up.
Right. That's called gaslighting. She gaslighted you.
Oh yeah, yeah, big time.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
big time gaslighted me.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden I was now questioning myself. I'm like, well, did it really happen?
Yeah.
All these years I've been lying to myself. I'm like, no, I'm not lying to myself. No.
Well, I mean, the other part of it is that was which was even more sickening to me was the bringing somebody else in and the other person watching. And like,
Well, that the other person wasn't even it wasn't just watching. They bring in for me now. She was watching what I was doing it to with the other person.
oh, I read that wrong.
So
Okay.
so 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 so
Oh my
it
God.
becoming like an entertainment to her,
Right.
because now, and she taught this other young lady. So now she looked at herself like, okay,
As
here's what
if
I have.
as that's almost like a pimp type of situation or something
Pretty much. Now here's what I have created. Look
like
at
she
that
did
now.
some
I
grand gesture.
I can sit back now and watch what I have created. That you have to be the biggest monster
Yeah,
to be doing this.
to a
And
9-year-old.
at that time, I was a year older or 6 months older than the other young lady.
Wow.
That that young lady could have easily been pregnant, and maybe she was. I don't know. Maybe she did
Wow.
get pregnant. I don't know.
Yeah.
it's now thinking about it now, it brought a lot of question now. I mean, this person, is still alive and well, and this young lady is married with three beautiful children. um I spoke with her, I don't know, about a year ago, but we never spoke about this though. Never. Never. So we knew it happened, but we just want to be in denial that it never happened. And
Yeah.
that one carry on all the way to about 16 years old,
Yeah.
because now she just let us, do it. I mean, it was just sickening. I just, oof. Yeah. Let's move on. Shall
We're
we?
gonna move. We're gonna move on. I do want to move on, but just to say to anybody out there that may even be in a situation like this, or even have experienced a situation like this, to know that, one, like Will said, to get to a point of forgiveness for yourself, and then to get to a place of forgiveness for the other person. Um, but we're definitely moving on, honey. Um, but this is one of the things that shame and guilt and I wrote, shame and guilt and fear will hold you hostage. And so, just how Will is saying, you don't talk about it. You have to go back and deal with things like this, because it will hold you hostage. And so, just that part. So we're moving on. We're moving on. And thank you for your transparency. Thank you for your transparency. I know that was hard. Okay, so we're moving on to chapter 6, and you are escaping Haiti at this point. You do the
Yes.
crime, you do the time. I put up here, what's your history? It was only a matter of time. It was like you were a ticking time bomb. I could just imagine this anger, this ball of anger that is developing in you with all of these things that are happening or had happened, from being in school to everything with grandma, to then with this situation with the like you're just going on every day, and this is what I say, as we go and be and do. This is what we do. We're going and being and doing. We're just going and being and doing every day, going and being and doing. And these things are happening to us. And then what do? We don't acknowledge them. We keep up. That happened. Up. We got to keep going and being and doing. You know what I mean? So here you are now traveling. But the one thing that I did say that I thought was a blessing in disguise was, your mom was in the United States. And when you got into the trouble, excuse me, with your mom being in the United States, she could have easily been like, nope, I'm not coming down there to help you, or to do what again? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, but the fact that she came for you, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Is how I took that, because I feel like, I think that we could, we blame our parents for a lot of things, and sometimes we don't see some of the good stuff, you know what I mean, that they do. But that was one of, and I was like, thank you, Lord, she didn't leave him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking like, what is she gonna say? You know, but the fact that
Let me make sure that I'm being fully transparent. She knew.
okay,
She knew. It did come to her as a surprise. She knew.
your mother,
Yeah. She knew what was going on.
you say, what do you mean by she knew what was going on?
Well, you say she didn't leave me there. Well, she could have left me there, but she knew that I could have. That could have. There was a possibility that I could have. That could have happened.
Oh, back up. You talking about what was going on at your grandmother's house?
No, 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 no. I'm talking about. We're talking about the fact that when I got caught and went and I went to jail. Is that
Right.
what you were talking about?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So she knew all the dealings. So she would have left me there, because it wasn't like, I call her, I say, hey, listen, I got I'm I'm in prison. So it would have been just a matter of I don't know if you follow what I'm saying. You say that she could have left me there. When you say she could have left me there, are we talking about she could have left me in Haiti and going through all the things that I was going through?
No, I meant she could have left you in jail when you went to jail.
Right, right. Like that's what I'm saying. She could
Okay.
have, but I don't think it would have been in her. I wouldn't say in her best interest
Hmm.
because she knew the people that I was dealing with.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
Okay.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. But she knew the people that I
Okay.
was dealing with, and I don't think she would have been able to live with herself and had she left me there.
Got it.
Right. But she could have. I mean, you don't know what's going on in people's mind, right?
Yeah.
She could have easily left me there, but she didn't. But she was disappointed. Yeah, as probably any parents would. She was disappointed, but she didn't leave me there.
Surely. That's all I was saying. Just kind of as a parent, and with all of the crazy with the history and all this stuff, I just felt like, okay, thank you, mom, for going to get this baby and helping him out
Yes, yes,
at
absolutely.
that point. And so you said in here, you do the time, you do the crime, you do the time.
Yes,
Is it worth it? I also tell them to about taking responsibility for your actions is essential. I haven't got anybody to blame but myself for ending up in prison. Although I wasn't even an adult, I realized I was a co-participant in everything.
right.
And so I just wrote on the side, the blame game is real. You know what I mean? So I just thought it was, amazing for you to take responsibility and accountability for your actions, because it's so easy to say, well, if this wasn't happening to me, then this would, and this, and all of the stuff that you really could have said and been justified to take the accountability. I think it's so important. That's one of the things I feel like you teach very, very well is the accountability piece.
Well, that's a sign of growth. That's a sign of maturity,
Yeah.
right? That's going from a victim to a victorious mindset.
Yeah.
That's going from trauma to triumph.
Yes.
That's going from a disaster to a master of your own emotions. So I had to, and I couldn't be the person that I am today had I not taken responsibility and accountability. Anyone that you see in a place where they don't want to be there, but yet they are still there, that's because they have not taken a full responsibility. They're still waiting on somebody to come save them. They're still waiting on
Yeah.
someone. They're still blaming every circumstances. They blame the rain. They blame the sun. So if it's raining, it's the rain's fault. If it's too hot, if it's snowing, it's always someone else's fault.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's never a time for them to take a step back and process and say, what's the what is the one thing? Okay, do I still it's raining right now. I can either get wet or I can feel the rain.
Yeah.
Huh? So you can go against the current or you can go with the current. It's up to you. The choice is yours.
Surely. Surely. So we're moving on to chapter 7, searching for an image. Value yourself more highly than material things that you want. In here, my first question was, how were you processing guilt? It just felt like you had been through so much, but it still seemed like, just the guilt of it seemed like you were carrying guilt. So how are you processing guilt at this point? You said, I became in a way a child again. You was out, but now what? I became in a way a child again. I had to live with mom again, and it was tough. There were no more beatings, and I had money, but I still couldn't go where I wanted because you had just got out of jail, right? I
Hmm.
couldn't have the friends I wanted, and I remember feeling guilty about what I put her through. And so I was just
Yeah.
like, how were you processing guilt at that point? Because that was the first thing.
Well, because first of all, she makes me feel guilty. So it's just another way she was gaslighting me. Oh, this is
Yeah.
what you put me through and this and that. So of course I felt guilty.
Okay.
But all my life, I have I have put a lot of guilt on for everything that happens to people that are around me. That it's my fault. Well, the Bible. I'm not sure if the Bible say it like that, but we don't sin in a vacuum, right? So everything that we do, there's a ripple effect. There's a repercussion of everything because every action there's a reaction. So it is something that I had to fight my whole life and not feeling guilty about everything that I do. Even to the point of doing things for myself, sometimes I feel guilty about that. But I came to a point where, you know what? All this guilt that I'm holding on,
Yeah.
those all burden, those all heavy burden, those all weight. And I can't continue live my life like this anymore. So I gotta live my life with purpose. I gotta live my life as if I matter, right? As
Yeah.
if my life matters. As if I'm a person and I matter.
Yeah.
So I had to get rid of those guilt, and of course we can't get rid of all of them. And even just this week, it was kind of hard for me because I realized I was watching. I don't know if you know Tank, the R&B
Yeah.
singer,
Uh-huh.
and he did a video on Thanksgiving, and he was right in front of the camera, and he was being grateful for all the people that are in his life, and then one they were coming one after another to give him a hug, and he was saying how grateful he is. And that moment, and I called my daughter and I start crying. I'm like, I want my family. I want to have a family.
Yeah.
It was at that moment I'm like, man, I didn't realize how much of a family man I was. And I
Yeah.
knew that I've always wanted to have a family. That's why I did get married and this and that. But I didn't know how much it really meant to me until I didn't have it anymore. So this
Yeah.
week was a test for me, and uh it was really hard for me this week because I'm like, I miss you. I want to have a family.
Yeah.
And this is a reason why a lot of times people would do things, you know, they will do something. They, they say like this, making a permanent permanent decision for a temporary problem.
Yes.
So imagine me decided that all of a sudden I'm gonna get in a relationship, then I'm gonna move in with a woman, blah blah blah, just because I want a family. Well, that's not a basis of having a family. Just because you feel kind of quote unquote lonely that you want to
Right.
have a family. Me, it wasn't because I felt lonely this week. It's just the whole atmosphere of having a family, having your spouse and having your children and
Yeah.
around. That's what I miss because I'm not lonely.
Right.
I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. You
Yeah,
know what I
that's a
mean? Because
difference.
I've got people
Definitely.
around me. So it's just
Hmm.
at that moment it really hit me this week. I realized how much I love the family dynamic, and
Yeah.
that's the reason why I see. I'm going to get married by God's grace, and God knows that I want to get married again. So I don't think He's gonna make me end up being like Paul, like never get married.
Yeah.
Paul said, if you could be like him, it's better than I could get married. Now listen, it's better to be married than to burn. And plus, I love family, and I want to have my own family with me. So yeah, definitely, I'm
Yes.
getting married again. Absolutely.
Yes. I feel like that is such a significant myth to bust about men, and especially about African American men, because a lot of the scene out there is guys want to be in the club, they want to be single, they want to jump from this girl to this girl to this girl. I know a lot of men that are genuinely family men. They want to be family. They ended up being in wrong relationships or marrying the wrong woman or jumping too soon because they just want to be in a family. They just
Did
want
you
a
know
family.
there's a study that says more men wants to be married
Yes.
in a long term relationship than we
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
It is not true that women wants to be more in a relationship. Men actually wants to be more in a relationship because we know what it does to us when you're in a healthy relationship.
Yes.
Financially speaking, spiritually speaking, physically speaking, when you're in a healthy relationship,
Yes.
men thrive on a healthy relationship. So why
Yes.
would we not want to be in a relationship? Because
Yes.
I have learned in some of the men that I work with. I say a real man, a man that can flex, is not a man with 100 women. A
Right.
real flex for a man is a man that can love a woman 100 ways. For
Yes.
me, that's flex. That's flexing right
That
there.
is flexing. That is
You know what I'm
flexing.
saying? That to me,
Yeah.
that's flex right there. So that's why I aspire to get married again, and I can just envision already. So that's why sometimes I have a smile on my face because I can envision already how my marriage is gonna be because now I fully understand the the um the not just the importance, but what it takes to be a husband, the
Yeah.
responsibility,
Yeah.
of being a husband. Now I understand it now. I got it. I
Yeah.
finally got it after two tries. I finally got it. I'm like, yes. And I'm still working. I'm still ironing things out. But I finally got it now. I'm like, okay, that's what marriage is supposed to be like. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So let's continue to work on this. Let's continue you know, to go to the gym and practice, practice. And and you're gonna when they get married again, man, it's gonna be good. Now you know who to choose. You know how when you see certain things, how to deal with it, and this, that, and the third. I'm like, man, I'm excited. I mean,
So
listen,
I love
for
this.
a man that's been married twice already,
Yeah.
excited about getting married again.
Yeah.
I think it shows the level of my growth, of my where I'm at spiritually,
Yes.
and everything. So it's a very exciting thing, and I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take the time that it's gonna take, but man, it's going to happen, and I'm gonna be very happy.
I love that. And I love that for you because I feel like at the end of the day, and we talked about this before as well, I feel like at the end of the day, um, that abundant life that we're supposed to live, I feel like we're supposed to share with somebody. And
Absolutely.
so that does excite me because um, I spent so long being afraid for that reason of because it being hurt in past relationships. And so it is a beautiful thing to see people excited about being married. And that's why I'm always looking online, and I love the love stories and I love all the things, you know what I mean, and
Mm.
all of that. But to hear a black man say, I'm just saying, to hear a man say, but to hear a black man say that he's excited about marriage, he's excited about being in love, he's excited about loving someone after all the crazy that you've been through, that's God.
It is. It is. It is God. I mean,
That is
it is.
evidence that God is still here and present in 2023.
Yes. Yes.
I love it. And so I feel like on that note, we're gonna go real quick into chapter 8, Black women. Black
Oh boy.
women
Okay. I'm like,
today.
okay, when is that gonna happen? I'm like, here we go. Let's go. Let's dive into it.
Black women today. I see black women as beautiful queens and treat them all respectfully. And so I had so many questions on here. I had so many questions on here, but I just had smart and intelligent. Um, I wanted to know first off, we're going into black women, but I wanted to know. I had a question. What did you dream of being when you grew up? What did you dream of being when you grew up? When you were younger, what did you dream of being?
Oh, I want to, of course, I mean, everybody, I couldn't say everybody, but most of my friends wanted to be, who want to be, I mean, this is typical for, you know, someone coming from the Caribbean. I mean, if you're not one of those, you just, you're a failure, doctors, lawyer, um, maybe teacher, police officer. So those are the things but I kind of,
The well-respected professions.
yeah, exactly. But I've kind of been kind of close to that. I mean, I was a firefighter, and now I do conferences. So was a gynecologist.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
but for me, I couldn't see myself being a doctor, excuse me, being a doctor because I passed out when my daughter was born. Just seeing her head. So now there were like four doctors, two doctors on me and two doctors on my ex-wife because I passed out. I couldn't believe, but I was being selfish though because I know why I passed out. Can I be honest here?
Please be honest. First off, it's disgusting, but go ahead.
Because when the baby come out, I'm like, man, this vagina would never go back to the regular size. I was like, I'm sorry.
It
I said,
stretches. It stretches pretty wide. Yeah, the head
like,
is
I'm
pretty
like,
big.
hey. I mean, I don't know if you ever seen my daughter, but my daughter's head was big.
Oh,
And
that's
when I saw that baby, but first of all, I'm like, a human's coming out of that. So I was scared I was being a dad. And I'm like, but again, I'm like, this thing's just kind of wide open. I'm like, I'm
that
like,
is hilarious.
no. I mean, I wanted a C-section just so we could bypass that, but you're like, no, a natural birth, it's better than a C-section. I'm like,
What
well,
is that?
who are you talking about? I mean, I'm like, come on.
You were trying to out cut the woman open just to preserve the
Yeah,
child.
yeah, man. So
That
I
is
didn't
that
like
is
that.
such a typical man thought process. But
Yeah, I
that's
didn't like
real. That's real. I love it.
that.
So you passed out looking at how wide the little
Oh
baby
man,
is
I
getting
passed
coming
out
out
for
of
so
there.
many reasons, but that was number one reason. I'm like, and I'm thinking about myself. I wasn't thinking about her. I wasn't thinking about the baby. I was just thinking about myself. I'm like, man, what's gonna happen? Well,
That is
and I'm
hilarious.
like, come on, man. Anyway, but yeah, I've always had a problem with even but as far as 6 7 years ago, and I was going to Jamaica and I had to take some vaccine, and I was, I don't know, 35, 34, 35, and the nurse had to sing to me
Distract. Yeah, they
to
get
take my vaccine, and I'm a bodybuilder. So for me, putting a needle in my arm or whatever, it was just even blood, it's just I, anyway. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
that is hilarious. And so I just had that. I had that back that I forgot to ask earlier. So I was like, oh, let me take that in there real quick. But okay, we're in chapter 8, Black women. Black women. I would just, imagine the amount of forgiveness of women that you had to do to even get to say today, I see Black women as beautiful queens and treat them all respectfully, because I'm sure you was on, I mean, you said it in here. You was on some other stuff with the women. And so how did you even, first off, okay, let me just rewind back a little bit. Why did you get married? Like, how did you pick your wife, and why did you get married like that first wife? If you were feeling some kind of way about women, was it like, help some men out there? Like, why did you get married the first time?
I can't say that for the respect of her. I can't say
Oh,
why.
okay.
But I was saying, being married did
Well,
what
and I just
happened.
kind of mean the mindset that you had. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
you
that's
can
always something that I've always wanted to be married.
okay.
I got married quicker than I wanted to.
Yeah.
Not because she was pregnant, but it's just some situation or whatever. Um, but we were already together. We weren't living together.
Mhm,
She had a child, which I helped raise. When I met her, her daughter was about 3 years old. When
mhm,
we got married, she was about 4 and a half, and then I helped her, raise her till she was about 12. And till today, I remember like a few years ago after I separated with her mother, she said, "Yeah, I know I have a biological dad, but I still consider you as my dad." And she never
I love
considered me as her stepdad.
yeah.
And
That speaks
I
volumes.
have
I just
her
want you to say that to you. I just want you to know that speaks volumes.
right, and I even have her move to her first apartment.
Yeah.
And I was there to help her to make sure. And that was about 2 years ago. And
Yeah.
I have already been separated from my mother at least almost 6 years now.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
don't talk as much anymore, but we used to talk a lot on the phone as if nothing happened.
Sure.
For me, like I said, marriage, I've always looked at marriage. I didn't understand. It's funny. I wanted to do something, but never really learned about how to do it right
Yeah.
because of because of what Hollywood has done to us. It show you the glitz and the glamours and all the
Mhm.
happy time. but never really show you behind the
Day to
scene.
day, and yeah, the
Because had
reality
I
of it.
known what it was like and the responsibility
Yeah,
of a man, I probably would not have done it.
yeah,
And if I knew myself, I wouldn't done it either. So I went into this blindly, um, and there's the result today. It
yeah,
didn't work, and I did it again second time. It didn't work, but it is something that I always admired. It's just to call a woman my wife.
yeah.
I never wanted to have a, oh yeah, we just
Girlfriend.
shacking or whatever. It's just
Yeah,
never in my DNA, or maybe because I'm a spiritual man, doesn't mean I'm perfect. But I like, excuse me, I like to say this is not because, oh, she's, I'm objectifying her, or she's my property, or that's my wife. Yeah, that's my wife. But I love saying, putting that
right.
seal, so
Yeah,
to speak, right? Putting
yeah,
that seal on her, say that's my wife.
yeah,
There's a strength. There's pride to
yeah,
that. There's this. It's different.
yeah.
It's different. I don't care how long you've been with your woman. Y'all been together 20 years, but for the day that you're married to her, to this woman, I don't know. There's something, at least for me, there's something about, that's my wife.
Yeah, yeah,
Or maybe I'm delusional, maybe because I know some people that are in love with the idea of being in love, or maybe I
yeah,
was in love with the idea of being married, but not really fully understand. But obviously, I didn't fully understand what, the responsibility of being married, and I think I was in love with the idea of being married,
that's a
and
good,
not
that's a
understand
good,
the full
yeah,
response, the
yeah,
full, you know what it takes to be a great
like to
husband,
be
not
a
just a good
husband.
husband. I want to be a great. I want to be a, like, you know a bomb a husband. I
Huh?
want to be the greatest husband. You understand what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah,
I want to be the husband of the century. I want to be the husband for that woman. I want to with this woman to go out and just brag about her man, how good of a husband
yeah,
that she had. I want to be
yeah,
that.
yeah. What would you say are the maybe the top three things that you've learned in those two marriages? If you had to pick three things that you've learned between those two marriages, what would you say those top three things were that you're going to take into this? When you find your new wife.
Yes, I have to have empathy and compassion. That's something that I have lacked because of the thing that I've been through. I have
Yeah,
to have a lot of empathy and compassion,
yeah,
and also understanding that the way that women communicate love differently. I mean, knowing about the love languages. So I've learned that I need to love a woman the way she wants to be loved, and not the way I want to be loved, because I
yes,
was showing love the way that I wanted to receive it, which from the get go, that's wrong. That's one. Number two, have empathy and compassion, and number three, understand that whether the person is the same color as you or come from the same country, you still have a different. You were raised in a different environment. You might have the same culture, or some of the tradition may be the same, but you were raised in different environment. And when I mean environment, I don't necessarily mean the outside. I don't mean like literally the environment. I'm talking about a home, because your home is in an environment. But I wasn't raised in the same home with that woman, so I just need to
right.
understand that women are very particular, and understand. And here's what I've learned now: going to my next marriage, whenever I'm going to be talking to my wife, I'm going to pretend that her dad is around, and that is God,
Mm,
because you would never talk. A man would
mm. I love
never
that.
talk to 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 a woman while the dad is present. Never. I don't care how mad you are. So I'm going to act as if her father's there, which he is, because God is her father. So I want to be talking to her as if her physical father is there, because I want to make sure that I'm showing respect to her father. So I
Yes.
think those are the things. So number
Oh
one,
man, I love that.
understand who I am, and love the woman the way she wants to be loved. Number two, have more empathy and compassion. And number three, talk to her as if her father is there watching.
I love that. I love that. And that is because I have underlined the last sentence in this chapter. It says, so I saw black women as just good enough to sleep with, and that would be it. I never really got close to them because of my past relationships. It would be a long, slow journey to change this view, but I eventually saw black women as beautiful queens and treated them all with respect. And what you just said is so significant and so just necessary. you know, necessary. I think that we don't think about how we communicate and the importance of communication.
Mm,
And, even just the way that you say something. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because I always say, you're the man, you are leading. The man is supposed to lead. So if you're saying something crazy, guess what that woman gonna do? She gonna say something crazy too.
Well, but just
She gonna
remember,
talk to me crazy, so I'm gonna say something crazy back.
but here's the thing. I always say be careful what you give a woman because she will give it back to you tenfold. You give her woman a grocery, she gives you food. You
Yeah,
give her a house, she give you a home. You give
yeah,
her seeds or you give her sperm, she give you a child. But you
yeah.
give her a BS, trust me, it's gonna come back to you tenfold. So be
Tenfold.
careful what you give to a woman because she will give it back to you.
Yes. Um, I just have the last question is here. We'll wrap up here. If we had to teach some people how to love yourself and how to love, uh, to 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 turn the hatred for women, men, what advice would you give to them to say? What would you do? What advice would you give to them?
So what you saying from a male perspective, if I had to tell a man how to turn hatred into love,
Yes.
well, understand is now it's easy. Understand that if hurting you, if hurting her doesn't hurt you, then you don't love her. You're just using her.
Mm,
Let me say that again. If hurting her doesn't hurt me, then I don't love her. I'm just using her. So for me, it's easy knowing that if I do something to her, I'm doing it to myself.
yeah.
Then I won't do it to her. Now I'm not perfect. I won't always get it right, and that's one of the things that I live by. That I'm going to live by for the rest of my life. I
Yeah.
won't always get it right, but I will. If it's in my power, I will always make it right because we can always make it right. It may not be with the same person, but we'll make it. We can make it right for the next person. We'll always be given an opportunity to make it right. So think about it. The next time you think about hurting a woman, whether it's mentally, physically, psychologically, however it is, know that you're all hurting yourself back because she's part of you.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna hurt her and that doesn't hurt you, and that's the way you got to think. Okay, well, I'm hurting her, in return, you are hurting yourself. It makes no sense. So those are all the things that I wish I knew, and this is what I want to teach men now. Whether you've been married once, twice, three, or four times, or maybe you've never been married before.
Hmm.
Those are fundamentals. So those are the things that can never change. They're just the very basic thing. And I want men to understand that being married, being a husband, is the ultimate. That is the highest office,
Yes.
higher than being a king, higher than being a president. Being a husband is the highest office you could ever hold. I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
I wish I did.
Hmm.
I I didn't know. I didn't know what I didn't know. And
Yeah.
I put those women into something that I regret.
Yeah.
And I had to forgive myself for not knowing what I didn't know.
Yes.
God put me in a position to love those women, to cherish them. Do
Hmm.
they have their faults? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, I'm a man. man. I'm the man.
Yes.
God never asked Eve, where are you? And God knew what happened. He went to Adam.
Yes.
Because although it wasn't Adam's fault, but it was his responsibility because he was a shepherd.
Yes.
I failed those women because I didn't, I didn't take my full responsibility. So therefore, because if they fail, it's because of my own failure. Now I'm not taking their responsibility. I'm
Actions.
not letting them off the
Right.
responsibility. I'm saying I had a duty,
Yes.
and not just only to them, but to God
Yes.
for being a husband.
Yes.
That is my ultimate failure. But I don't look at it as failure because I've learned from it, and I'm gonna make it right.
Yes.
And that's why I'm so looking forward to get married again. And I'm gonna tell this woman wherever she's at, she's gonna be one of the most, I won't say the luckiest woman, because I don't believe in luck,
Yeah.
but she's gonna be the most loved
I
woman,
about to say love came to my mind. Yeah.
right? She's gonna be the most cherished woman.
Yes.
She's gonna be the most about eyes. I mean, this woman, and I pray to God, and I say I just want to stay close to God because when I don't feel like loving her, when she's unlovable, I still want to love her because there will be
Yeah.
days that she's gonna nag, she's gonna get on my nerve,
Yes, of course.
and those days are the days that I'm gonna need to love her even more because she's unlovable. Because I remember
Mhm.
there was a time that I wasn't lovable.
Yeah.
I remember there was a time that I was lost.
Hmm.
I remember those days, and God still reached out to me. So this woman, I mean, wherever she's at, man, whew, um, honey, wherever you are, listen. I just want to take a minute, if you don't mind.
Look, wait a minute.
I
Let me
want,
give you the spotlight right here. Come on and talk to her. Come
like,
on. Let me give you the solo
I just,
layout.
yeah, I just want to say to my next wife, wherever you are in listening, I love you already. I love you already. I'm gonna love you with the love of God, and you the most precious. Um, you're the best woman in the whole world, and no other woman will come before you other than my daughter. um, and listen, I pray for you, and I'm gonna be the best man that I can be. So wherever you are, keep praying, keep seeking God. Um,
See, I'm gonna find you, girl.
I'm gonna find you, girl. Trust me, I'm gonna find you, girl. But I don't have to find her because she was always been here. I
Gonna
just
come.
gotta uh, 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 come to that awareness that she's here,
Yes.
right? Because God already reserved that woman for me, and we just haven't come together. And listen, I want you to take a good look at my eyes, girl, wherever you are. I love you. I love you. And listen, man, yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop right there.
I love it. You took the glasses off. He got serious from the way.
Cause nah, cause she had to look.
What?
No, but she had to look at my eyes. Say I'm serious. She had to know that this is a
I love it.
declaration I make between big and God that I'm. And I say, man, the next my next marriage, man, they're gonna have to take me out of a body bag because listen, I'm gonna make sure it works. I'm gonna make sure it works.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no do over. This is it. So that's why I must take my time. That's why I must
Mhm.
stay, you know, close to God
Yeah.
and continue doing what I need to do because man, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna stop.
Well, you know what? All jokes aside, I feel like, just like you said, we rush into situations. I was just talking to a friend of mine about this yesterday. We rush into situations, we rush into relationships, And and then we wondering why it didn't work out. Well, you didn't take the time to do the work on the front side. There's a lot of assumptions, you know what I
Mm.
mean? And so I would just say, take the time to do the work on the front side. I think it's a beautiful thing to know, that your heart is open and ready. Because if you didn't do the work and you didn't do the healing, then you would be what? Going into a third divorce. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But the fact that you are so serious, I mean, and you may have said it in a jokingly way, but I know that you're very genuine in what you're saying. You know what I mean? And it makes a difference for whoever, that person is going to be out there. It is, one to just be open to it, to be open to love and be open to whatever God has in store for you, and you doing your part, to be intentional. I think the other thing with our generation is we're so quick to leave. You know
Mm.
what I mean? We're so quick to just be like, I'm out, you
Mm.
know, instead of saying, no, I'm in this for the long haul. And I think when you start off in a relationship that way and start in the, I mean, call it, I mean, first people I thought about was Will and Jada. Like, no matter what the crazy is, Will Smith is like, I ain't going nowhere. Like,
Bad marriage for life.
we
Well,
doing
I'm
this.
not sure. I'm not sure if this is
I'm
healthy,
I'm
but
not
that's a
saying
whole
that that's what you want. I'm just saying the mindset of he
right.
said this is an experiment of unconditional love.
Yes.
I
Yes.
mean, say what you want about them, but you know what I mean?
Hmm.
That's unconditional love. The good, the bad, and the crazy, babe. I'm still here. I'm gonna be on one side of the house. You can be over there on that side of the house. But that's it.
Right.
I don't think I would want nothing like that. But I do want who don't want the unconditional love though? You know what I
Right.
mean?
Hmm.
Who don't want like, babe, like you said, babe, I might not like you today, but
Yeah.
or you get on my nerves today, but I still love you, but don't kiss me today. I don't want to kiss you right now. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
real. You know what I mean? That's real. And so, anyway, I always appreciate the transparency. Girl, you better find this man.
Ay.
The Haitian sensation that's put it out there. He took his glasses off for you, girl. I can't wait for this wedding.
I tell you, it's gonna be somewhere
Look,
in
I'm
the
coming to
tropical.
the beach.
It's
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
have my
somewhere in the
shorts
tropical
ready.
with the wearing linen, all white linen, and
I'm gonna
with a
have
little
my white
hat,
linen
and
ready. I'm
just
ready
you
to
know,
sunset wedding.
yes, absolutely.
I can't wait. Well, it has been a pleasure. We have gone through chapters 5 through 9 tonight and thoughts that have come up. It got a little touchy there for a minute, and that's, it is what it is. We know there's going to be a little touchy sometimes. And so again, I appreciate your transparency. I appreciate your vulnerability because I know it's not hard, one, to have written this and all that you've endured, but then to
Mhm.
come back and talk about it. Our questions and my questions are not rehearsed, y'all. We don't talk about what's going to talk about. I just
Nope.
told him I'm going to, talk to you about whatever came up in my mind and my thought process while I was reading the book. And so, and that's what we are doing. So as we go through and we continue and our support, y'all, the book is available. The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. It is available on Amazon. It's available on thewilltorise.com as well.
Hmm.
And so, I got mine for Amazon, but I would like to say, because, I did see you signing copies. I was like, I want to sign a copy too.
It will happen. I will make sure it happens in person. That's the reason why I say I might have to, when I meet you, I might have to take that book from you, give you another one though.
I'm fine with it because I got notes. I done written some in red, some in blue.
Yeah, it probably gonna end up being in a catalog somewhere in my office, for my kids to see it. So when I meet you, I might have to switch up the book. I might have to give you a new book and take this one.
It's all good because I want my signed copy. I'm good with that.
Yes, yes. So
I'm
keep
definitely, it
that
might be,
somewhere.
it's
Don't
because I carried it around reading it and taking notes, and and writing in it and everything. So but it's
And
not.
like I said before, I think we probably have enough notes to write another book from that
That's
book.
true.
So please keep it safe, keep it
Yes,
somewhere where it doesn't get damaged, because I definitely wanna go through it and see what was going through your mind while you were reading it.
definitely. All right, guys. When we pick back up again, we're going to be starting with chapter 9. That is finding faith, honey. Finding
Mm,
faith.
yes.
Which I love this chapter.
Yes.
Finding faith. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Lord, Lord, Lord. That's beautiful. So again, my brother from another mother, tell them how they can reach you.
Listen, man, they can just through the screen, just reach to it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, just go on IG, man. Just go on IG, or or while you're on Facebook right now, or if you're watching on YouTube, I put it in my Facebook and YouTube as well. Just
Yes.
send me a DM. Send me a DM, self love, so I know where you are watching me when you send me that DM. So send me a DM, self love, and let's connect.
Yes.
Let's connect. If you have any more questions that you want to ask me, um, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions. And if you're looking to get for gift this year, and especially if you're a woman, if you're a mother, a
Yes.
wife, a sister, or whatever, just a friend, you're looking to give a man a gift, yeah, give him a gift of healing. Either
Yes.
give him a gift, you buy him the book, or you give him a one session with me. I guarantee, and I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. There are two things that are guaranteed in this life: that's death and taxes. Until then, now I find out that there's a third one, and that is I can't guarantee you after one session you will already experience emotional liberation. That's a guarantee. So if you're looking to give a man a gift, and ultimately that gift also will be for you, because again, when our men heal,
Yes.
our community heal. And if you
Definitely.
want to see a real man, make sure that little boy inside of him is healed, and you'll be
Yeah.
surprised. You'll be amazed what kind of man he becomes. So yeah, so
Love that.
find me on IG, find me on Facebook, and wherever on the Will Baptist or Will to Rise, you will find me. Trust me, you can't miss me. You can't miss this beautiful face. Okay, so send me a DM, self love, and let's connect.
I love it. I love it. And you know me, it is your girl, Michelle Franklin, Miss Michelle Allen Franklin, Miss DI, Honey Y for Divine Intervention. So I always say, baby, if you are watching this and or you just been scrolling, it's not by happenstance. You are watching it because it's a divine intervention, honey. You were meant to see this. You need this good information. So don't be stingy either. Share it. Share it
Mm,
with somebody that you love, somebody that you know might be suffering from some unprocessed trauma, maybe some PTSD, maybe who's struggling with forgiveness. This is a great book and great lessons on how to forgive, in the face of trauma and unprocessed trauma and just adversities of life. And so, like Will said, give the gift of healing this season. It is Christmas season. Give the gift of healing. Well,
yes.
until next time, it's your girl. I aspire to inspire until I expire. Honey, that's what I'm doing. What you doing? Y'all have a good one.
Bye.
Thank you, Will.